Islam, Islam, Islam. Islam, Moorish America. I'm Dr. Kepri Anubis Rasul Bey. I want to welcome everyone to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, sponsored by our Moorish American government. Today's platform is provided by the God Allah Georgia Territory. Our host instructor is Dr. Shadu Amenti El Mohedji Sepshuel, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America. And once again, we're in rotation back to the sun. Now let us rise and be great. Islam. We'll be starting shortly. Islam, Dr. MATHENO'S Bey. Islam, Dr. MATHENO'S Bey. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I hear you loud and clear.
All right, Islam.
Okay, you didn't get my text, right?
Let me see.
You probably didn't.
Probably went to the other. Well, you didn't receive an invitation.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm on the call, right? Is that what you're saying? No, I was actually what I did was I text you and asked you if I could be of assistance or aid and assistance, brother.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I was looking at my other. I had to go get the counselor's phone.
Oh, okay.
Is she here? 'Gotcha. I'm trying to think. 813.
Yeah, that's my Florida number.
Okay. Yeah. Well, shoot, more. You can come with the commission prayer. You can do that, Mo. I got it up on the view now.
Yes, sir. I see. Yeah, you always in order to be on time. Yeah, my brother.
And let me see. Okay. I do the Constitution. So you did receive. So you did receive an invitation, correct?
Yeah. I was talking with Shahid, and I told him because checking it out and say, yeah, I saw it. Oh yeah, it was on. You know what I mean?
Because I know Dr. Bati Bey. He said he didn't receive it. I'm like, I sent it to you again. But
wow.
You need to check the spam. Do something, brother.
Right.
You hit me up every week.
Yeah, because he would tell. I got a text from him like 2 or 3 days later about. That I looked at it, that he didn't get the lesson for the Zoom. The homework. I'm saying like, okay. Sorry.
Hey, when I'm gonna mess with him, I'm gonna say, man, you need to leave that dial-up alone, man.
I know, huh? Upgrade, brother.
Yeah, that dial-up ain't that. Hey, I ain't working for you, man. What y'all got, corn?
AOL. Oh man. Well, I'll be back.
I'm gonna mess with him as soon as he come in.
Right.
Yeah, man. But all is well. All is well. Yes, indeed. And then also too, tomorrow I'll be sending you the topic for tomorrow, State of the Nation conference call. I'll be sending you that too tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah. So other than that though, we got about 5 minutes.
Right. Let me go get my glasses.
It's love, Mo.
He's around here somewhere, you know what I'm saying? I'm showered and fresh. You know what I mean? I'm ready to go.
Hey, that's how you gotta be. I got this, man. I got this tribe here today, my 13, and then we got Ava, and so I got them today. I gotta move around a little bit, but I'm gonna get this class started, and then I'm gonna handle the host of Dr. Shahid. So here go Bati Bey right here.
All right.
Oh yeah, Dr. Bati Bey. Dr. Bati Bey. Yep. See, it's that AOL, that dial-up. That's that dial-up.
I know. Cause when he be coming on, he be I don't know. He be like got a lot of interference, and it's caused a lot.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Dr. Bati Bey?
Islam.
We up here talking about you and that dial up over there.
Man, hey, no, because a lot of times I have my my phone Bluetooth to wherever I'm at. If I either some headphones or the car. So if it's still Bluetooth, it echoes out, so people can't hear.
Y'all still they still using corn for fiber optics up there?
Pretty much.
What's that? You up in Iowa?
Yeah, it's west of Chicago, about 4 hours west of Chicago, and 3 hours east of Potter's Bay.
Potter's Bay, that's right.
Okay.
How's that brother doing, man? Anybody talk to Potter's Bay?
No, I was trying to link up with him because I got family down in Omaha, so I go down there. I've been down there, but
yeah, because I mean his email keep kicking back. Like I send email out and it keep kicking back. So I'm gonna reach out to him on Messenger and ask him what's his new email, because it's always kicking back. But Islam, other than that, grand rotation back to the sun, Dr. Sepsu to the Common Bay. How you be, goddess and queen?
All is well. Gratitude, Islam Morriskin.
Islam.
Islam, Grand Secretary of State.
How you Morris be?
All right.
Great.
This is Morris as ever.
Praise Allah. Let me know if I can assist in any way.
Likewise.
Islam. Let's see here. Dr. MATHENO'S Bay, he's going to be doing the commission Adept Moorish American Prayer. And then Dr. Bati Bay, you read the Divine Constitution of Moorish America. And then Dr. Sepsu, Dr. Sepsu, if you don't mind, you can read the chapter of the week.
Will do. Gratitude.
Islam.
All right. Well, yeah, we was messing with you, Dr. Bati Bay. I said every time, Dr. Bati Bay sent me a text message every week. Tell me I ain't getting no doggone, ain't getting no everybody.
No, for some odd reason, even when the assistant grand sheik sends out I don't get the emails.
Do it go to your spam?
No, I check my spam. The original email that I had, somebody stole my computer. That whole computer is gone, so I don't have none of the stuff on it. All the information I was typing up for the consulate, all that stuff is gone. Wow. Yeah. So I'm just right now. I had to create a new email, so it's just now coming. I'm just now getting a lot of
catching
stuff.
up. Yeah, catching up with. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's all good. I was gonna mess with you. That's all good. It's all good. Well, we got our National Assistant Grand Sheik on the line as well. And Islam, so evangel number 4.
Islam.
And yeah, I had saw that I didn't even realize that you had hit me up yesterday. It was about what, 6:56. I didn't even check it out, man. But
all is well. Yeah,
okay.
No,
we can link up after that. What's called a need be.
Yeah, it wasn't nothing major, brother. All is well. I got it took care of.
Okay, all right. Well, Islam family, we have a minute before we open up the way. Islam. Well, once again, we just want to say we want to give all praise to our Father God Allah, and honors to our holy prophet, Noble Ali, honors to everything that is Moorish, our grand national flag, emblem and seal, divine constitution of Moorish America, Islam family. I'm Dr. Kepri Anubis Rasul Bey, Council General and National Assistant Grand Chairman of Moorish America. And we'll be opening up the way with our commission to have that prayer by our beloved brother, Dr. MATHENO'S Bay, followed up by the reading of our Divine Constitution by Dr. Bati Bay, in the reading chapter of the week, our National Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Sepsu to the Common Bay. Islam, you have the floor, grand man.
Gratitude. I got to ever be out of the council. Praise Allah. Honor the prophet. Honor everything that's Morris. Ya Allah Medu, Ya Allah Ephesus, Ya Allah Ma'at, Ya Allah Hotep, Ya Allah Heaven, Ya Allah Ma'at, Ya Allah Awashet, Ya Allah Patem Sutek, Patem Peru, Ya Allah Bamadi, Al Hedid, and all this. Transliteration. O Allah, the Father of the universe. O Allah, the Father of love. O Allah, the Spirit of truth. O Allah, the Spirit of peace. O Allah, the Spirit of freedom. O Allah, the Spirit of justice. O Allah, you are my protector. O Allah, you are my guide. O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Allah, through your holy prophet. O Allah, you are lead. Amen. Holy Yissa. Holy Yissa. Holy Yissa. Islam Moors.
Islam. At this time, we have Dr. Bati Bey, read the Divine Constitution of Moorish America. Islam.
Islam. First, I'd like to rise and give all manner of praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, our Mufti, citizens alike, honors to all the Moors that had a hand in bringing about this class, honors to the host for this class, Act 1. And I will now begin. Salvation, our God, unity, the divine constitution of Moorish America. Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the grand body of Moorish America. The assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names are given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali the prophet to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God, Allah. Islam, Islam, Islam. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. And with this, I would like to turn the meeting over to Dr. Hatshepsut to the comment base for the whole portion of the meeting. Islam.
Islam. And now that this meeting has been open according to Act 2 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, we say Islam, Islam, Islamism. Islam, Dr. Hatshepsut to the comment base.
Gratitude, Consul General, National Assistant Grand Chairman, Islam Moorish 10, first following the rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the last prophet in these days and times, giving honor to our Georgia Consulate for providing the forum for our class this morning, to our ears class, to Act 1, and also all of those Moors that open up our meeting according to law. Chapter 26, Yehoshua's Holy Answer to Lamas. Now, after they had dined, the guests and Yehoshua all were in a spacious hall in Mary's home. And Lama said, "Pray, tell us, Yehoshua, is this the dawn of peace? Have we come forth unto the time when men will war no more? Are you indeed the Prince of Peace that holy men have said would come?" And Yehoshua said, "Peace reigns today. It is the peace of death. A stagnant pool abides in peace. When waters cease to move, they soon are laden with the seeds of death. Corruption dwells in every drop. The living waters always leap and skip about like lambs in spring. The nations are corrupt. They sleep within the arms of death, and they must be aroused before it is too late. In life, we find antagonists at work. Allah sent me here to stir into its depths the waters of the sea of life. Peace follows strife. I come to slay this piece of earth. The Prince of Peace must first be Prince of Strife. This leaven of truth, which I have brought to men, will stir the demons up, and nations, cities, families will be at war within themselves. The five that have been dwelling in a home in peace will be divided now, and two shall war against three. The son will stand against his sire. The mother and daughter will contend. Yea, strife will reign in every home. The self and greed and doubt will rage into a fever heat. And then, because of me, the earth will be baptized in human blood. But right is king. And when the smoke is cleared away, the nations will learn war no more. The Prince of Peace will come to reign. Behold, the signs of what I say are in the sky, but men can see them not. When men behold a cloud rise in the west, they say a shower of rain will come, and so it does. And when the wind blows from the south, they say the weather will be hot, and it is so. Lo, men can read the signs of earth and sky, but they cannot discern the signs of the holy breath. But you shall know. The storms of wrath come on. The carnal man will seek a cause to hale you into court and cast you into prison cells. And when these times shall come, let wisdom guide. Do not resent. Resentment makes more strong the wrath of evil men. There is a little sense of justice and of mercy in the vilest man of earth. By taking heed to what you do and say, and trusting in the guidance of the holy breath, you may inspire this sense to grow. And thus, you thus may make the wrath of men to praise the law. And Yehoshua went his way and came into Bethsaida and taught Islam. And at this time, I want to turn the meeting back into the hands of our National Assistant Grand Chairman, Dr. Torre Anu Rasul Simpson Bay. Islam.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Well, we give honors to our Council General of the Texas Territory, Dr. MATHENO'S Bay, for reciting our Commission Adept Moorish American Prayer. We give honors to our Council General of the Iowa Territory, Dr. Bati Bay, and we give honors to our very own National Grand Secretary of State, Dr. Sepsu Tutkamen Bay, for the reading, our chapter of the week, Yehoshua's Holy Answer to Lamas, Islam. We give honors to all those who have opened up the way. And at this time, we're going to turn over the meeting to our very own National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shadu Al-Minti Al-Hadi Shepsuel. Islam, Grand Man, the floor is yours.
Islam. Can you hear me, Morris Ken?
Islam, loud and clear, sir.
Yes, sir. Let us rise upon the seventh. Give all praises to the great God, Allah, our Father God, Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere. And therefore, honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal, Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution, and bylaws. And honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. Islam, Moors, we want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. Man, if we ain't growing by knowing, then I don't know what it is. Praise be to Allah. you know, and you already know we getting ready to go through another particular measure that's gonna make us stronger. And we've been able to test, you know, the thesis, so to speak, you know, out there in the highways and the byways, you know. And it ain't strange, you know, that you have those who come up with many challenges and so forth and so on. And we welcome this because Yehoshua, as a neophyte, will welcome these special measures and just give us the opportunity to make it a teachable moment, so to speak. And praise be to Allah, we well fortified. And that's why, you know, this particular research sultanate was necessary so that we keep us sharp. You know what I mean? And as long as we on point, we can always give a measure that will be forthcoming, so to speak, to our people that are in need of these truths. And most people are waking up just from us setting these measures out there, demonstrating these examples. So, you know, it's even said in the Piscean records, you know, when you're dealing with the presence of a mastermind, even the devils believe and tremble. You know, as it says, you know, a true Muslim, you know, in his dedication and seeking knowledge is worse, you know, on those particular ones, you know, dealing with that low vibration. This is just dealing with based on the knowledge itself. You know, so this places one who seeks the knowledge of self or to know the self in a grand station when it comes to the great God Allah. You know, because we hard on that truth and falsehood strangely mixed. You know, not that we strive to be, but just by virtue of us being the truth, it make it hard for them to get it out. So yes, Lord. But we want to welcome you to another measure. And as we always do, Moors, we always want to open up coming from our book of fire. In fact, you know, these chapters, you know, or rather the portions from this chapter here is very important, you know, when it comes to dealing with what we're talking about right now. And it's going to segue right over into, you know, this measure as it gets into the proper way of expressing the language, the purpose of the language. And so we want to get our Moorish kin, you know, as we do normally get 3 volunteers, you know, that's the wisdom, will, and love, to come forth and do a reading on page 401, and we go to 408. And it's kind of like, it's not as long, you know, but it's, you know, it's got some depth to it. But if we have any more that would like to come forth and read, Islam?
Islam, that was big. Volunteer.
Islam, yes, sir, brother. 401, we start at the religious miseducation of the Moors.
Islam, I take an assignment. Islam.
Okay. We'll get Marvin Edwards Bay to come to 401 from there. The religious education of the Moors, brother Marvin Edwards Bay. You can go up to you can stop on page 404.
Okay.
You good to go, little one?
Let me see. Let me make sure I got you. Yeah, you can stop on page 404. Okay. And you can stop above the divine origin of the 10 Commandments.
Okay.
And then brother Torrey Simpson Bay, you can start at divine origin of the 10 Commandments. And you can go over to the Constitution. Yeah, the Constitution of Ma'at.
Islam 404 to 406. Islam.
Yeah, and then a third reader, whoever our third reader is, Islam. Let me see. Okay, Grand National Secretary of State, gratitude. You can start from the Constitution of Ma'at and then just take us over to 408. And that will be right above, is there a cross for you?
Gratitude.
Yeah, that would be right on point. So this gonna definitely bring us right up into, you know, our measure. So Islam, more.
Islam, right, and giving all praise to the great God Allah, Giving highest honor to his prophet, our prophet, Noble Drew Ali, our Sharif Abdul Ali. Give honor to our theocratic government, our North American government. Give honor to our Act 1. Give honor to all of our officials. Give honor to this class, our ears class, as well as I give honor to all those that aided in bringing forth that class today. Give honor to everything that's Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, the Quran, Book of Ali, our 101, 102, the exhuman of a nation, all of our divine revelations, I give honor. Give honor to the forerunners, Dr. Marcus and St. Gabriel. Give honor to our ancestors, whose shoulders we stand upon. We are the return of the ancients. Now begin. Okay, you got into my name. This is Dr. Marvin of the Council. The religious miseducation of the Moorish. Virtually everything the Moorish of the West think perhaps they know about religion has been systematically beat into them during their enslavement. First and foremost, in the history of civilizations, it is impossible to educate slaves, commercial properties, and or chattels. Well trained, yes, but educated, never. This holds true in the midst of universities, specialized social government agencies, and religious entities. The majority of the Moorish peoples colonized the West know very little about religion, and although they sincerely love the Lord, they know even less about the gods they have been taught to serve. Couple this with the fact they receive no education which leads to knowledge of true self or the great God of their forefathers, and the results will be prime. And the results will be a prime candidate for undercover polytheism. Broadly explains, taking away the nationality of the Moors in 1774 and giving the words Negro, Black, and Colored was because they honored not the principle of their mother and father and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing. It is well proven, it is a well proven fact. As long as the Negro attends my schools and serves me as their Lord and Savior by attending my churches, I will always own them with an edge. This translates into Maya at its best. That which is unreal seems real, and the real appears unreal. To the NBC, their God appears real, yet is unreal. God they have been trained to serve did not make man, but was made by mankind in their likeness. This script was written for the unconscious actors portrayed long before the curtains to the stage of civilization were drawn. Things my people do not know about God, religion, and themselves would exceed the makings of a new heaven and a new earth. In Hosea 4th chapter, the charge against Israel revealed. Now people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. Because you have rejected knowledge, I also reject you as my priest. Because you have ignored the law of your God, I also will ignore your children. Nevertheless, after 135 plus years of abolished slavery, the descendants of ex-slaves still dance to the beat of religions of which they know next to nothing. Because the Moorish peoples have been so legally enthralled and miseducated, they have accepted by virtually any semblance of freedom and truth. To say they are deprived of self-worth. To say they are deprived of self-worth, which can be found only in one's true identity, would be an understatement. Subsequently, the descendants of slaves are prime prey for proselytization of organized religious and social structures. Unfortunately, the majority of these specific traps are either made or controlled by state jurisdictions of their oppressors. The manumitters of the Moorish peoples have clearly proclaimed themselves as God when they named themselves the white man. Fortunately, in the same breath, he also revealed he is the Antichrist and foe to the great God Allah. He is not the God of ancient Moorish forefathers. Nonetheless, the real problem is the miseducation of the Moorish peoples, which Noble Drew Ali calls mental slavery. The worst aspect of mental slavery is commonly called the Stockholm syndrome. This is when the very minds of the captured, due to lengthy and systematic iron hand oppression, assume the mentality of their oppressors. This Stockholm syndrome is most prevalent in the Nazi concentration camps, where many Jews became better Nazis than the Gestapo. In modern prisons, many inmates, known as snitchers, are better informants than the paid corrections officers. Like so, due to denationalized slavery, the oppressed and miseducated millions of Moorish people are better Christians than Europeans, better Masons than the Scottish and York Rites, better Americans than the U.S. courts and states that own them, see 14th Amendment, and better believers in who the West say they are than in knowing or being their true selves. Overdraw these states. Some of my best Moors are in the church. This is true, but how did this come to be? Would they be there if they had their own old-time religion, Islamism, from which to compare and choose? Surely not. On the other hand, constant miseducation merely assures the fact slaves are those without choices. The horrible truth is no property is capable of education because at its best, at best, it would only enhance its occupied status. Education is reserved and exercised by ingenious citizens of various nationalities for their security, wealth, and prosperity. The ancient Egyptian mystery system was not only developed from the first religious creed, the ancient Moorish also used it during their civilizing of the world. The hierarchies of Islam, Buddhism, Judaism, Catholicism, etc. still use it to this day. However, it has always been forbidden to its rightful Moorish inheritors. Again, this topic is not to be offensive, just exhuming a clean and pure nation. If an angel does not bring the truth, who will? Speaking of angels, no little fat, winged back European baby has ever been a true angel, except in the sense that his daddy called himself white God. Raleigh corrected this education when he taught the Moorish Americans. Question: what is an angel? Answer: angel is a thought of Allah manifested in the flesh. Question: what are angels used for? Answer: to carry messages to the four corners of the earth, to all nations. Question: what is the shade of their skin? Answer: olive. Susceptibility to the sun, melanin. Question: are the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Yes. We all have the same father and mother. A quick glance at the GNP, gross national product, of ancient Egypt, and it will rock the world with its production of the world's holy scholars. When one investigates, they will find African Egypt has produced the world's most renowned celestial beings to ever be manifested in human form. This is the home for graduate degrees recognized worldwide as prophets, gods, goddesses, queens, angels, messiahs, Christ, and other archangels, for example, Gabriel's and Michael's, etc. As by my Hebrew Muslim guru myself, as any Hebrew Muslim guru, Mahatma, adept, master, or well-learned Catholic or Shriner under an intelligent tone, they will give you a favorable. Oh, I missed that first word, ask. Ask any Hebrew Muslim guru, Mahatma, adept, master, or well-learned Catholic or Shriner under an intelligent tone, and they will give you a favorable reply. All of these biblical characters received their degree of ministry from the sacred schools, temples, and silent orders of Egypt. This includes Moses, Abraham, Yehoshua, Muhammad, etc. Due to Eurocentric philosophy and its diverted rays of this established African creed, the Moorish people taught here in the West believe these images of Allah to be in unattainable realms beyond themselves, or at the very least, white European. Of course, they can never be the latter either. This miseducation gives the Moorish esteem a beat down so severe they will do anything, including give their souls to the fame likeness of the Lord and Savior Yehoshua Christ, Father in heaven, namely the same self-titled God lying out the side of his neck, white man. The ex-slaves have been undermined so low they do not equate themselves as being related to angels and to Yehoshua are perfect and a part of the great God Allah. So through religious miseducation, they have been taught divinity, infinite merits, and holiness are separated beyond them. In actuality, they themselves are omnipotent, and perfection lays dormant in each of themselves. Just the same, one of the side effects of mental slavery is self-denial. Due to scores and millenniums of forced acceptance of pale-skin rule, the fallen Moorish think it normal to imitate the status quo by denying their own. They instantaneously activate communities to the truth about themselves, unless it's sanctioned by the obvious tyranny. Their national self-worth has been beat down so low until it has to look up at the dependency of a beggar people. No beggar people can ever produce the best in themselves. This book, as declared by Noble Drew Ali, contains everything necessary to save a nation. One needs only to eat it, and they will be able to save themselves. However, before the majority of readers seek verification amongst their learned brothers in Africa and the East, they will run right to Rome for his discretionary approval. No problem. The prophet also said, they, the European, will be glad to see me bring you out of darkness into marvelous light and back into the constitutional fold of governments. The Europeans and foreign sympathizers are helping me, but it is your problem. The Negro problem is being solved only as it can and that is through the connection of the Moorish national design movement. If you have a nation, you must have a free national name in order to be recognized by the U.S. nation as an American citizen. This is what was meant when it said, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things would be added unto you. This illusionary new world established by the nations of Europe is tired and dying. It is riddled with wars, diseases, and reprisal conditions of the earth, fear and death. It is pieced together daily with cut and paste bubbles of promises which burst in the flight of time. They are ready to give it back to its original owners, but the Moorish must unteach themselves and then arm themselves with truth. Religion and nationality, or the other 2/5 of a person. 2/5 of a person. Joshua said, a man's ideal is his God. And so as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Most Holy Quran 10:16. His religion basically includes the method in which he serves, worships, and gives praises to his God. All religious creeds are founded through or by the prophets or fathers of their special nation. For example, Buddha to India, Confucius to China, and Muhammad to Arabia, or Greek Romans to Christianity. Since the ancient Moorish founded the first religious creed in Eastern Africa, nations have established their religion according to the precepts of their past, present, and future state. Some are also based into the hereafter. Can the Moorish be Christians? No, because it is against the uniting of their natural and divine duty to be obedient to the one true God. The basic postulate of being a Christian is the polytheistic image to a trinity of gods. For example, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. There is an addition of 2 more gods in Catholicism: Holy Mary, Mother of God, and the Pope. There is nothing wrong with this religious creed. They are made ideal by their founding fathers for the people of Europe, but not the Africans of Moorish descent. This is why the self of the Moors has not been free or sustains happiness under the nearly 2,000-year rule of Christians. First Holy Quran 35:21. Those still under the black concept that may profess Christianity, they do so out of ignorance that derived from oppression. It must be remembered all NDC by design have been programmed for failure. Ask an Hebrew, Muslim, or Jew, they should honestly reply. No nation in history has ever been successfully freed from slavery while serving the gods of their former slave masters. For the Moorish to be themselves free, they must return the cross, Christianity, and the church back to the European nation. First Holy Quran 48:7. It does not require a mastermind to decipher the same God-fearing, cross-bearing Christians which killed 93% tribal redskin natives and legally classified olive-skinned Africans as 3/5 of a person in the U.S. Constitution, 1779, and legally reclassified them as persons equivalent to commercial property in the 1868 14th Amendment, and entering into the entering into the year 2000 after 135 years of being held hostage as a Moorish nation and being force-fed Christianity, with their pale skin, biblical characters, etc., 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 are the same Europeans which made Black Christians today. In fact, most so-called Blacks never question why it is easier to begin a church or open a spirit store than it is to buy a home. And why so? And why those who hail themselves as God-fearing are favored by the good old boys? European status quo looks at Black Christians as being will broken and domesticated. These are modern terms for civilizing the savages or Christianized the heathen. They actually believe they must make Blacks bear same cross as their brother Yehoshua. This is why they sing, must Yehoshua bear the cross alone? All the world go free? There is a cross for everyone, and there is a cross for me. Reverse psychology and minute retention must be historical requirements to be an NBC Christian. Because the last time I checked, crucifixions were to the Roman government yesteryear as the electric chair or lethal injections are to the United States today. Does this mean 2,000 years from now, there will be an electric chair for everyone and lethal injection for me? According to the Europeans' version of Yehoshua, he died on the cross so that he could join this heavenly Father he often spoke of. To this day, Christianized Africans cling to the old rugged cross, receive their heaven in the sky after they die. 2,000 years of the same Netherlands, as someone asks, can Moorish be Christians? Hell yes. No. Islam, Moorish. Gratitude.
Islam, Islam. Well, now we're going to read the divine origin of the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments, as translated in the Bible, are not the true tablets of laws bestowed upon Moses out of Egypt, ancient Kemet. The biblical Ten Commandments appear twice, two places in the Old Testament, Exodus 20, 1 through 17, and Deuteronomy 5, 6 through 21. The two are similar but not identical, pending whether in the Protestant, Anglican, or and Orthodox, Christian who follow Jewish tradition, or Roman Catholic and Lutheran traditions used by St. Augustine, which combines 1 and 11 and splits the last commandment into two. The latter changes the numbering of the other commandments by one. However, it is the basic principle of the Ten Commandments that comes as a prophetic warning by Noble Drew Ali. In his chapter 46, The Beginning of Christianity, the Moorish American prophet wrote, "These teachings were not accepted by the rulers, neither by the rich, because they loved the principles of the Ten Commandments. Through the Ten Commandments, the rulers and the rich live, while the poor suffer and die." In order to understand the original constitution of the commandments, one must study the holistic teachings of the ancient Moorish. Since the Garden of Eden, all initiates, students were taught their minds were a part of the divine mind, that I was a state of responsibility, perfection, and constant mastery. This is why Moses was not told the name of the great God, but only to reply, "I am that I am," meaning I am you, or Emmanuel, God and man, to identify himself as the Christ, so Pharaoh would understand. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, among the many inheritances, returned the true commandments to the Moorish peoples from Egypt's sacred Adept Brotherhood. He was the first in America to teach from an ancient Egyptian constitution known as Tablet of Resurrection into the light. To the European West, especially the Wallace Bulge's translation, called this the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a typical misnomer and customary pale skinning of African history. Fortunately, more contemporary scholars refer to it as the Book of Coming Forth by Day. This transliteration is more Afrocentric and relevant than the Romans Book of the Black, Book of the Death, Book of the Dead. These highlights the meaning of the word black, which according to science means death. See question 87. And the common fact that just because the truth-starved African-American scholars, colloquialism, connotations, and misuses of European words does not alter their true meaning. For example, the word black means death or negative for all of history until the 1960s, Black Power movement in America. Since then, they have given it the reverse connotation of life and positive. Still, everywhere else, in all nations, in all lands, black is just a word, which means death. Yet the most brilliant of the miseducated black intellects apply this word to themselves and children without serious inquiry. But only in America, the only place on earth where black people have been lawfully made and produced for 4 centuries. Anyway, back to the 10 Commandments. Most modern biblical scholars avoid trying to explain why virtually all the laws of the great God were given to olive-skinned peoples, mostly in Africa, originating in the higher elevations of East Africa, from the Upper Nile to Sheba, Ethiopia, or from the mountains of the Holy Lands to Africa's Kushite Peninsula called Arabia. Separated by the European artificial waterway, the Suez Canal, dredged in 1869, but nationalized by Egypt in 1956. All of the prophets which transmitted the words of God were African or Asian nationals, from Adam to Muhammad, with nearly 2,500 in between, including Moses, Abraham, David, Solomon, and Yehoshua. See the Garden of Eden. As for Moses, one must remember he was Hebrew born, but raised as an Egyptian adept master. Not as an ordinary Egyptian, but in the highest commission nobility of the pharaohs. Naturally, Moses received all the instructions of the adept Egyptian mystery system because he was being groomed to become a pharaoh. Joali enlightened the Moorish Americans to the principles of the 10 Commandments, the foundation of thou being the principle addressed instead of I. The old time religion taught I, self, Lord, and master. Islam equaling to peace. The Egyptian constitution of Ma'at governed with the word I to include the first person of, me, mine, my, we, and ours. The Greeks, Romans, and king of the James Boyd translated the Ma'at, I to thou, to feature the second personages of thee, thy, ye, and you. Through these revised versions to the principle, Roman, European rich lived while the poor suffered and died to receive their rewards in the sweet by and by. Moses, Abraham, and Sharif Abdul Ali were all Egyptian adept masters. They were born into various African tribes, but their degrees of prophethood were all founded upon the ancient Egyptian mystery system of self-mastery, the deification of God and man here and in the hereafter. When Moses introduced the tablets of law to the nations of Israel, they were pure and did not contain any other God before the one found within. Quran, Surah 7, Ayat 145. In Palestine, where Greek had been made the national language, it was the pale-skinned people who titled themselves God, meaning ruler of the land. Question 93. And other people were thou. Contrary to Western beliefs, the great God did not write the Bible. It is translations by European Greeks, Romans, and Englishmen from pillaging the tablets of African prophets. Nowhere is it written where King James or his kinfolk, Frank and Jesse, went to Allah and got the words ordaining them to write the Bible. All true and divine prophets, whoever left their book, say where and when they received the words from their God. Because most of all the sacred writings were handed out in stages from the ancient mystery system of Egypt, albeit the Bible was never ordained to be. Where is it? Where is its prophet? Its God? And where did it acquire the word holy? And since truth is immutable and will make men free, why has the Holy Bible, as the word of God, been changed over 315 times with over 2,000 versions? In 1700s, the York and Scottish Rite orders of Freemasonry established this principle of the Ten Commandments as the absolute requirement for initiation into its secret society. Freemasonry, built upon the murder of Hiram Abiff, ancient African wisdom, was designed strictly for free white men by free white men. With the commandments firmly in place, members could assume the attributes of God, and all others were outside in their profane world. Basically, every Mason must recognize the lodge and fellow members as purity by swearing, "So help me God," upon demand. Needful to say, these principles of the Ten Commandments were later brought to North America and written into the Declaration of Independence and U.S. Constitution by the same Masons and upheld by the Pope. These are the biblical and lawful reasons why the Moorish will never be free as a pure and clean nation while under the Roman yoke and law. It was designed for Europeans to rule while the Moorish suffer and die, trying to be other than themselves, but not knowing how and why. The Egyptian commandments before Moses. The adept Egyptian mystery system not only included all the sciences of geometry, medicine, astrology, etc., but also laced with the character building lessons of perfection. These lessons were of self-mastery and focused on developing the God powers which are dormant in every human. Among these sacred laws were the 42 declarations of Ma'at of the Commission Constitution. These became the principal laws of purification for the initiate to reach deific life. The foundation of these was to honor the father and the mother, that your days would be longer upon the earth land with which the great God has given to you. The 42 declarations of Ma'at listed in this chapter can easily be identified with the Ten Commandments through Moses, except they were written nearly 2,000 years before he was born. Also exceptional is the Greek, Roman, and English translations from the first personage of I and self and replaced with thou and thee. There is a world of difference between that, subhanAllah. There is a world of difference between what I have not done as opposed to the Europeans' biblical misnomer of thou. You shall not do. The English word thou is an ecclesiastical prose meaning a person or thing addressed outside of the principle, whereas I is the principle. The results are devastating because where thou shalt not kill, it leaves ajar the door for the first person to kill without atonement. Today, it is mind-blowing for the Moors to think in terms of themselves as gods or fruits of the great God. Nevertheless, blow it, because the minds they blow are not their own anyway. Remember, no finite mind can comprehend things infinite. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 1. It was their forefathers who established the first religious creed, old-time religion, and they could not have accomplished this unless they themselves knew the great God in all his infinite glory. When they, the ancient African forefathers, wrote the Constitution of Ma'at, it was based upon knowledge that sin lies in the wish, in the desire, not in the act. Before a sin could be committed, I must be the understood principle. Without due consideration to the God principle, then all men will suffer the same fate as did Adam and Eve, the mothers and fathers of the human family. See Adam and Eve. Compare the articles of the Constitution of Ma'at to the biblical Ten Commandments revealed through Prophet Moses, an Egyptian adept master. The laws of the Nile were established in the kingdom of God nearly 2,000 years prior to the tablets, Torah, of Moses. The Constitution of Ma'at. I have not done iniquity. I have not robbed with violence. I have not stolen. I have done no murder. I have done no harm. I have not defrauded offerings. I have not diminished obligations. I have not plundered the netcher. I have not spoken lies. I have not snatched away food. I have not caused pain. I have not committed fornication. I have not caused shedding of tears. I have not dealt deceitfully. I have not transgressed. I have not acted guiltfully. I have not laid waste the plowed land. I have not been an eavesdropper. I have not set my lips in motion against any man. I have not been angry or wrathful except for a just cause. I have not defiled the wife of any man. I have not defiled the wife of any man. Repeat it twice. I have not polluted myself. I have not caused terror. I have not transgressed. I have not transgressed. I have not burned with rage. I have not stopped my ears against the words of right and truth, Mayat. I have not worked grief. I have not acted with insolence. I have not stirred up strife. I have not judged hastily. I have not been an eavesdropper. I have not been an eavesdropper. I have not multiplied words exceedingly. I have not done neither harm nor ill. I have never cursed the king. I have never fouled the water. I have never spoke scornfully. I have never cursed the netcher. I have not stolen. I have not defrauded the offerings of the netcher. I have not plundered the offerings to the blessed dead. I have not filched the food of the infant, neither have I sinned against the netcher of my native town. I have not slaughtered with evil intent the cattle of the netcher. The Ten Commandments. I am the Lord thy God. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Thou shalt not make unto thee graven image. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain. Remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. Honor thy father and mother. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house or wife. I'm supposed to read the Ten Commandments, correct?
You actually went over, but we'll let the Grand National Secretary of the State pick up from here. Islam.
Islam.
Islam, having already risen, given praise and honor where due, starting at the top of page 407. Carefully note the change of principles in the King James Biblical Version. Needful to say, based upon the principles of the Ten Commandments, authors of the Bible distribute these laws of the land into every court, lodge, church, home, prison, and school and hotel room. This makes every quote unquote red-blooded American accountable to knowledge of the law of thou shall not. Meanwhile, the rulers and the rich fleece its citizenry with justifiable homicides of the poor, economical rape of the working class, and coveting the wealth from neighboring countries. This too is justifiable religion. And the same gods which own the poppy fields and distribute cocaine into the urban interiors of the land are the same gods which punish both the dealer and the addict for thou having another parentheses drug god before them. The same gods that manufacture weapons of destruction and sell them to the common people are the same that locketh up thou ass for the use of them. Today, in the various courtrooms of America, Blacks are bewildered into a stupor as to how can they, the Europeans, steal, kill, covet nations, and even serve other gods before the Creator and forgive themselves with a slap on the wrist while we go to jail big time or executed. Little do Negroes realize the answer rests upon the principles of the Ten Commandments in your Holy Bible. In the European cultures, the judges are exalted forms of wishful masters and honored as gods. See Freemasonry. Therefore, it should not be considered as an unsolved mystery when the laws of the G are enforced when thou goeth before him. After all, every thou, y'all, you all is taught the Ten Commandments from childhood. Hence, this gave rise to the phenomenal warning known throughout the Christian world. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Because y'all, thou, had been commanded exactly what thou shalt not do up in here, America, KKK. This brings to light a modern day legal upheaval of fur and feathers about the 10 of the 42 laws old man Moses stole from the 42 of the ancient Kemetian Constitution. Did you hear about the European chief judge for the state of Alabama who raised quite a national stink about the constitutionality of his 2,000-pound per marble statue of the 10 Commandments not to be removed from the public state courthouse? That was in the summer of 2003. He even threatened to chain himself to the heavy stone before he would let some Yankee politicians remove the words of God from the state government's building, and had rallied thousands of supporters that agreed with his conviction. However, it is this author's firm suspicion that if anyone had really wanted him to remove that rock, the good judge had been slipped the true African origin and history of his beloved 10 Christian commandments, he would have ran foaming at the mouth and personally sledgehammered that graven image to fine powder. The 10 Commandments, parentheses, the demise of Egypt. The question is often asked during the constitutionality of Ma'at, the commandments and the sacred institutions of the Egyptian mystery system, with all the world's first wisdom, philosophies, and civilization. How could Egypt allow itself to be conquered by the Greeks, Romans, Arabs, French, and British? Over these past 2,300 years, these invading empires have taken turns at raping Egypt, destroying her intellectual and historical resources, knowing Egypt was the light and held the keys to civilization. But why? Did the great God forsake the cradle of the human family? How could the combined Kemetian upper and lower kingdoms fall victim to these lesser godmen? Firstly, there is no one answer to this line of inquiry, but there is a great answer among the many. It lies within KEMET's holy instructional system itself. Durali states of those who the sons of men have agreed to raise to sovereign power and set as a ruler over themselves. The scepter of power is placed in thy hand, but not for thyself, parentheses, Egypt, were these ensigns given, not meant for thine own, but the good of thy kingdom. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 29, ayats 1 through 2. The strength of Egypt was in its heart. It must be remembered Kemet, parentheses, Egypt, represents the gnosis of Amexium's Akubalon or Africa. Origin and divinity of the human family, first civilization and cultural empires founded upon man's harmony with his creator. Establishment of all sciences, medicines, mathematics, astronomy, botany, philosophy, jurisprudence, art, dentistry, surgery, architecture, and literature and religions. Remove the above from today's European countries, example given, America, Canada, England, Britain, Australia, Germany, Greece, Italy, etc., etc., etc. And this entire world, as we know it, would crumble into utter darkness. Wisdom, which is the consciousness that man and Allah are one, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 7, ayat 23, was given to the early Kemetians by the first physical man, parentheses, Adamites, Nubian, Moabites. Then temples, sacred schools, and universities of holistic life sprung up from one end of the Nile to the other, and throughout Egypt land, producing prophets, angels, and men of wisdom and sciences. However, there was just one thing wrong to the Egyptian mystery system with its deification curriculum. It was ultimately confined predominantly to the rich, the rulers, example given, the pharaohs, elite, ambassador, initiates from foreign lands, and people of means. These teachings were restricted, even forbidden, from the common people. Example given, the poor, handicapped, slaves, lower, undesirable. Must be remembered, the average lifespan of Kemetians was 30 years of age. The Holy Prophet Durali revealed this as a great failing in our history as the enmity between the lion and the lamb. The lamb is poor, The lion is the rulers and the rich. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 46, ayah 3. Speaking of lambs, most theologians fail to point out the ignorance of the lamb. Yes, it is true that lambs are humble, meek, gentle, and even cuddly, but lambs are also so dumb until they would be extinct if it weren't for a few self-employed shepherds. Then again, ask any wolf. Either shepherd or wolf will tell you that a predator can attack a flock of lamb, devouring one lamb from the flock per day until the entire flock has been consumed. It is in the nature of the lamb to be as stupid as it is innocent. Therefore, although the remaining lambs witness its own demise, the flock will remain in the dining area until the last rack of lamb has been served. Wonder why most Black preachers, who happen to also be Masons, are dubbed as shepherds, and their Black Christian congregation are called flocks, parentheses, lambs. When it comes to enemy invasions, lambs are simply not prepared to defend against the majestic lion. These lessons of the oneness of God and man were originally assigned to the first family, created in a garden in East Africa, Genesis chapter 2, verses 7 through 15. Their very first instructions were to eat only the deific and leave the compound tree of good and evil alone. Genesis 16:17. See Adam and Eve. But later in his fall, man reinterpreted these orders to mean breed, make babies, and acquire human knowledge. It was during this portion of the fall of man when the survival of the fittest became the law of the earthland. They were supposed to discipline the will of all men. Later, ever so often, as Egyptian adept graduate, example given, Moses, Melchizedek, Abraham, Solomon, David, and Yehoshua would violate the secret of the blessed and fully favored, then would attempt to teach saving powers to fallen humanity. Usually, as carnal man not wanting delight, these prophets were rewarded with heavy doses of misunderstandings, exile, and death. Moreover, by their very own nationals of whom they had come to save. The adepts and gods of ancient Kemet knew the public was unstable and ungrateful. Man must be given the truth in degrees according to his consciousness at that time. However, the pharaohs developed secret brotherhoods to withhold these truths. During his illustrious life, Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, knowing the opposition to truth embedded in the minds of his Moors, appealed to their Christianized state. When he wrote on page 3 of his Holy Quran, these lessons are for all of those who love Jesus and desire to know his life, works, and teachings. Also, how the father can set their house in order, and the mothers are to teach these lessons to your little ones. Today, man still believes the truth is not for everyone, but that is not what Allah has said. Here in America, the European has patterned their educational system upon the identical format as the ancient Egyptians. Harvard, Yale, private academies, and prestigious halls of learning are for the notables and wealthy. Meanwhile, the public and parochial schools, under the guise of these sheepskin rulers, are programmed in continuing miseducation of the masses. The knowledge of self has never been on the educational agenda of the American school systems. This is the complete circle of how the rulers and the rich so love the principles of the Ten Commandments because it allowed the rich to live while the poor suffer and die. Also, this shows the origin of the esoteric, exoteric, big I, little u principles being practiced worldwide today. See Freemasonry. It also is an explanation why all the Egyptian conquerors sought first to put out the light in Egypt. Because of it being the capital to the dominion of Africa and having the keys to civilization, Egypt was and is the light of the world. When the light, parentheses, truth, goes out in Africa's Egypt, all of humanity is blackened into the cares of the world. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 47. This is why Noble Drew Ali said, I am the fifth and last prophet, and I am 5 times more powerful than I was before, because he brought the little open book to reveal all secrets to all men. See Moorish Holy Quran, page 3, and Revelations chapter 10. He brought these lessons of saving powers to all men, all nations, to be taught universally under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 1 and 11. Then and only then will the lion and the lamb lay down together, and neither will be harmed when morning comes. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 46, ayat 5. When this is done, America, the new Egypt of the West, will be the eternal light for all humanity, never to be extinguished again. Islam. Turn the meeting back into the hands of our National Assistant Grand Chief, Dr. Shadow Amenti and Mohammed Shepsuel. Islam.
Islam, Islamism. Gratitude, gratitude. Islam, Islam, Islam. We want to give honors to the Moors for all the reading that has been demonstrated. A powerful measure brought forth, from our Father's treasures. Praise be to Allah. As we give honors to everything it is the Moors came to manifest and give us a grand insight into. It don't get no plainer than that, not when it comes to the truth. And we just want to give honors to the Moors for everything it is that we continuously do and everything it is that we constantly bring on the manifest. Allah is always leading on and victory is sure. And the grand drawing is where we can bring our people into a clear conception of everything it is that has been basically brought forth in that particular drawing, that our Moorish kin read about. And we can see how that gives us a clear conception, of the mystery and the history and everything else that is involved with that special demonstration. Praise be to Allah and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, for being on the manifest to lead the way, so to speak. And so when it come down to dealing with all of this and how it also relates to the language, this in and of itself is always a powerful measure to be demonstrated. And Allah will forever be leading on in victory, forever be sure, as long as we are staying in line, with everything it is that has been brought to us. And so when we go into our measure today, we want to draw from these sources of strength, that have been given to us. Honors to our Grand National Chairman, Dr. Akin Acting Pert M. Heru Tut the Common Bay, for everything it is that he brought to uplift us, to guide us into the consciousness of our divinity. So what we want to do, I want to try to get this demonstration up here for our family. I'm just putting all my slides and everything on point. And let me see here. We're going to pull this up because we want to make sure that our family can get, a grand insight. We're going to try to cover a few things that we were actually covering in our last measure and also give the grand drawing that we have to bring in today's session, so to speak. We're going to actually try to go a little in depth and even have it as an open forum as we go into this special drawing, and have the participation of our Moorish kin. Because in those types of measures, we understand as well that they also allow our people to get some grand insight and grow as well. So, that's what we're going to do today. It's going to be a kind of all-inclusive measure as we go into this special drawing. So just give me 1 second here, and I'll be sharing my screen. I was trying to do is get a lot of the different symbolism and put it, in line with the imagery, and then give our Moorish kin a measure based upon that. Okay. And then we're gonna go into a lot of these. Some of these things is real hard to find, I see too, when it come down to looking up the pictorial, because I guess certain people didn't, I will say the masses didn't really take pictures of certain things. It's probably there, I just got to dig a little deeper. But nevertheless, it ain't gonna, it won't stop us from being able to demonstrate our measure to today. So let me get this right here in line, and we will pull this right up for our Moorish kin. 1 second. Okay. Let's see here, pull this out the way here. All right. And then we'll pull this other measure here. This demonstration open up. All right. And that's another thing too, Moors. I think I'm gonna probably have to go in here and try to do my own little artwork when it comes to dealing with the languages, because the font is so small to where it's hard to find it, so to speak, when it comes to certain measures that are in these particular pieces of work as well. So we'll get all that right there on point as time continue to unfold. Let me go here. This is the last one here. And, once I get this on the manifest, we can proceed forth. Just bear with me here. Okay, that one there. Then let's see. All right. All right. Yeah, I guess we gotta work with what we got. Let me see here. Come on, little computer, you stop being sluggish. Yeah, I got to try to get in here and free up some of my stuff. I know what's going on, probably because I be when I get in here a lot of time when we be building, I actually re-download a lot of the files, and it's kind of taking up a little of my memory. So I'm gonna get in here one day and just do a day of deep cleaning. That way I ain't got the I won't have these little bargain issues, so to speak. So let's see here. Okay, there we go there. That's it. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. So yeah, we will share our screen at this particular point. Get this here. Can you see that more? Nope, I don't think it's sharing yet. Okay, there we go. Here we go, right here. And can you see it now?
Islam.
Sir.
Okay, there we go. Islam. So yeah, basically, we want to walk through this a little bit because I see that our Moorish kin, let me let our grand sheik in. I see our Moorish kin had, you know, they demonstrated, well, we demonstrated grand measures basically, but we want to make sure that our Moorish kin can see the gematria portion of this and also be able to identify with these signs. But what we're going to do, like we say, in a more inclusive measure, we will reach out to our Moorish family as it relates to these special drawings. Some of these measures, you know, I couldn't really find where I wanted to find them at. You know, I know they are there, you know, but what we would do we will actually use this chart in the event that there were certain measures that I couldn't pull up. When I say can't find, I'm not talking about in the language itself, but I'm talking about actual live, we can say real examples. Because I was trying to find, like in this case of this letter Aleph, I was trying to find, you know, all of these types of measures for each alphabet. You see, and you can see I have an expression here. Couldn't really find a measure for this, and I know it's there. You know, just got to look for it in the door expression I found here. You know, and actually, we can actually put that up there a little later too, the actual alphabet for door, which I pointed out in a second. Actually, it's right here to be exact. This is the example they give for the door, right? Right here in this area. So we'll get back to that in a second. So I just placed the door up here because I couldn't find it in like a blowed up version. Let me see, I may be able to do it this way. I may be able to crop it, crop that demonstration in there if I can find a good one, just to put something there that our people can see as tangible to this special measure. I was also looking for the fish. Let me see here. And I've been looking for this thing here since the day before yesterday. Let me see here. Hold up, we might be able to find it here. And that's why I said I'm gonna probably have to go through here one day and just put, you know, do my own research, you know, to bring this measure on the map. What's going on, Grand Man?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm just commenting. Yeah, I think that's pretty nice. I mean, you know, it's
Yeah. That's what we trying to do. We just trying to, you see this stuff here is small. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see, can I like I said, I'm gonna see, can I find a good charts. Wait a minute. I may be able to do this right here, right now. I want to do this right now. I just want to do this before I go into the essence, because these are signs and symbols. I can find them. They already together, really. But I'm just trying to put expressions up here, like I said, to make it more, we can say a live expression of the Moors being able to see it for what it is. You see? So what I do, so come on. We'll do this here. Okay, I want to copy this right here, and we'll proceed forth in a minute. And like I say, I know it's definitely another measure, just like with that symbol above. I'm gonna get into that in a second. Let me see here. I'm gonna crop this out. Yeah, this take a little work, Moors. It take a little work. Like I say, I've been digging for days, trying to find all of these letters and put them beside something that is actually real. Because we want to bring forth what we call, you know, anything that we can bring the tangible measure to the manifest, so that our family can be able to draw that may not be able to grasp things like we may be able to grasp them, so to speak.
That's like a proto sign.
Yeah, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with this alphabet. But what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to crop this out and place it beside this image that I have here. So let me take this over here. This out.
Like a web capture or something like that, right?
They don't have them up there. That's what I'm saying. I can't find them. Like the letters, normally, you know, so you would think somebody, they got a few of them, but they don't have all of the letters. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And the few of them that I was able to use, actually, I had to take some from the hieroglyphics because it's the same symbol. Now, I want to get into that, but I had to take some, just go straight to the hieroglyphs since they evolved out of that. and put it there. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna blow this up and see what happens when you blow it up. It kind of take away from the imagery, but it's all right. It's okay. And so you know, that's like this particular symbol here. This was actually the last one that I had. And I'm just really looking for a picture,
That was a,
you know,
a
that
G,
corresponds. Huh?
right? That's a G you looking for.
Say that one more time, brother.
Say you looking for the Gimel G?
No, I'm not looking for the actual statement of it, because we're gonna get into that in a minute. I'm just I got every one of them up here except for like, you know, this here and this here in a physical form. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So that's what I'm trying to do. And I'll probably be able to find it later. I'll dig for it later. Islam. You know, maybe the Moors can probably find it too, you know, while I'm online. So what I want to do, and I also have to add this one here too. Like I said, I was looking for that. I'm pretty sure I can find this in here easy. I can actually take it from this particular measure here too as well, as I just did. Where is that letter at? Okay, okay. All right, it's this one here. And yeah, that's it. That's actually it. We'll just use that particular glyph for it because it's the only thing there. And then I just find a KEMET glyph to express that as special demonstration. So let me put this right here. We're gonna go into our measure in just a few minutes. So I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna crop this out. This is so that the Moors can study it on their own and then go do their own comparisons and go to a further measure of it. That's why I want to put these things here. So when you go looking for it, you'll know exactly what you're looking for. You got me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So I'm gonna blow that up a little bit. Clean it up a little bit, crop that out. Okay, and then last but not least, we're gonna do this. All right, there we go. Let's see what it come up with. See, they ain't really going into it. They give me this right here, so we'll just use this image here and put beside it.
Well, you
Okay.
looking for a physical one now, right?
I see it right here. That's good enough right there. That's perfect. The one right there. And we'll use it since it's right there, and now we can actually go into this measure. But I just wanted to go into this, and we're gonna assign, you know, the sounds to it and the numbers together is what we're gonna do. You know, but I want to just give me 1 second here.
I was wondering.
What's going on, brother?
No. I was just saying. I was wondering. I knew you said you had it, but you hadn't put it upside that extra demonstration.
No, I say I was looking for the fish, but couldn't find it. And so I was gonna basically put this symbol up here, and then I see it right now. So I'm gonna use the one that I just seen as a physical expression of it. And the other symbol that I had up there, I'm gonna go back later and try to find it because I ain't really had too much luck in that last symbol that I showed. Trying to clean it up.
Which one was that?
The one that is in the
number 21?
No, right here, the G glyph,
Right.
right here. The G glyph right there.
Right.
Yeah. And these two right here. But I ain't gonna try to go into finding them. I'm just trying to really get the ones I hadn't had up here yet. But since I already got the fish right here, and I just throw this one in here. And I can find those other 2, 3 later. Because I want to go into the measure that I want to bring forth. And I've been looking, like I said, all over the internet trying to find a lot of this stuff.
Okay.
You know, and I've been doing it for the last couple of days. Okay, so yeah, we'll go from there. So, and these two here, or these 3 here, and that other one up there. Yeah, and this other one up here is, you know, real hard to find. Yeah, but there is still a way that I'm gonna go into the measure on it, because I just deal with the alphabet as it is, because they actually already have them beside each other, but I was just trying to blow it up bigger and make it more expressive. So what we want to do right now, you know, we want to just go through these particular measures and apply, you know, the knowledge of the numerical values of these, right? And also we will go into certain definitions, you know, of these special drawings, and we'll end up using also, you know, our tool that we normally use, the molar tool as well. And then I want to go into finding words. You know, we're gonna find words, you know, and bring measures on the manifest so that our family know exactly what it is. So we have a chart right here with the numerical values beside everything, which our Moorish kin already put those values on the side. You see? So what we would do is we would just start by inserting here, and we're gonna go one by one as we go through this measure. You know, the number 1 here, so that we remember this, right? And I wanted to do this right here with the family, because it'll impress it in the mind of the family as we go through this special draw. And also, I wanted to go deeper into, you know, the history of each and every one of these measures, and then connect these, you know, to the concept of what we understand with the metaphysics. That's where we're trying to go with this special draw. We know that this is a symbol of whom is referred to as Apis. You see, Apis. You know, Apis is actually the essence of the name, where you come forth with Serapis, from our national grand sheik is in its name. We talked about this before, but this is said to be the alphabet, you know, Aleph. Now we're dealing with Proto-Sinaitic, so don't confuse this with Egyptian hieroglyphics. We're only dealing with this right here to show you the Proto-Sinaitic and where they get it from. We already went through using the tool before, but as we did before, we're going to touch on the Unicode so you can see the difference between the two, as we pointed out already, you know, because I ran into a situation recently where we're dealing with some unconscious Asiatics, and I know they be watching our videos. So we want to bring full clarity, because we didn't ever go through the whole alphabet. You know, when we went through using the tool, we just gave examples on how to do it. And so we want to go into showing the difference between this and really this, even though this comes from this. You know, this is the alphabet of the Canaanites, and what they were using in ancient Kemet, you know, was not meant to be an alphabet. So do everybody follow me with that? We already know that. I don't have to keep really saying that over and over, but sometimes when I pull this up, one may think that I'm solidified the hieroglyphs, and we don't want people to think that that's what it is. We're telling you that this was derived from this, but this is a whole nother language. And if you read the PDFs that I sent out to you, you know that in the PDF, they tell you that the Proto-Canaanite or Proto-Sinaitic script is not the hieroglyphic concept of dealing with the language, but there were symbols that were taken by the Israelites, the Canaanites, the Moabites, so to speak, same people. And they came up with their particular alphabetical system. And it is from this particular concept the European tried to make that applicable to hieroglyphs, Islam. So do we have anybody that want to expound on exactly what I just said so we can move forward? I want to make sure our family got it. Like we say, we want to open this up. Islam.
Islam?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, Dr. Edwards, they praise and honor stuff been given.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, yeah, I see what you're saying. You know, you're showing the relationship here, but the one on the far right where that number 1 is, that's a language, you know, in alphabets. You know what I mean? The original alphabets. But the ones on the left are actually the metaphysical, they have metaphysical significance. In other words, that's the intrinsic value is metaphysical, as
There you
opposed
go.
to this latter that actually is used to create language.
That's
Islam.
right. Islam. And it's important that we emphasize that anytime we talking, because most people, if they don't get it, they would think, well, you just said it wasn't no alphabet, and now you saying no, that's not what I'm saying. That's a misunderstanding. And so this is Aleph. You know, one should never mistake this for Aleph, because this is known as what? Like I say, Serapis or Apis. You see what I'm saying? Now there's, like you said, a metaphysical breakdown behind this. What is it? We understand, as we spoke before, you see the horns here, and then you see the sun that is being basically held up by these special horns. Then you can actually see a serpent coming forth as well. You know, we see the head of the bull. We always know that this deals with, you know, strength, so to speak. You know, we see the light of the sun, and we also see what is called the Uraeus, which we would say this represents enlightenment in every aspect. Because if the Kundalini rises from the base of one and comes, you know, out of, you know, the consciousness to be expressed, and this shows, you know, that serpent power, how it has been risen. One has conquered themselves and now been able to overcome the lower self, you know, and we can say tamed, you know, that carnal serpent to one's purpose and lift that spiritual serpent up. And we call this raising that special serpent in the wilderness, out of the wilderness, you know, because within, if we can't hear the voice of the great God, it's like, you know, he's crying out, you know, within the wilderness of ourselves. We avoid of the truth until that truth becomes awakened, you see? And so this is the symbolism of when one becomes basically headstrong through the Godhead, so to speak. Islam.
Islam, that's the most powerful demonstration.
And
You know what I mean? When you look at that. Wow.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so you look at it like, oh, European, this is an idol, this is an image, and they don't understand the symbolism behind this. They don't understand that this is expressing the qualities and the characteristics of the Netaru. You see what I'm saying? So once you understand this, then when you see these things, you look at it from a whole nother measure. And this bull was not just sacred to man. This bull was also expressed, you know, from the goddess standpoint through the cow. And that's Heru or Hathor. You see what I'm saying? Islam. So that would mean that the woman has the capability of expressing or exemplifying these same traits. You see? And this is why a woman was able to rule beside man as a co-ruler, as under co-regency, so to speak, is what they speak of in ancient Kemet. This is the very basis of the marriage law in the structure of the family in ancient Kemet. It was governed according to co-regency. You know, during that time, say if a god man had fell in battle, a woman was strong enough at that particular time because she understood she had those same traits and characteristics to actually teach a god man in the absence of his father. How do we know this? Because in the mythos of the teachings of Alsar and Alset, after Alsar was took off the count and she had to raise Heru alone, she still was able to instill within Heru those traits and those strengths that he was able to overcome Set when they went to battle. Islam? Somebody need to star 6 their phone, I think, if they got something going on back there in their background. I hear some background stuff. So you get that. So the woman was strong enough at that time. Go ahead, brother. Yes, sir.
That's Grand Sheik's phone is open. Oh, you closed it.
Okay, Islam. He probably didn't know it was open. You know, so again, like I said, the woman was strong enough at that particular time, because she, was taught directly from the God man. Remember, Al-Sa was the first civilizer. Everybody else who get the teaching of Al-Sa, who also wore this same headdress, this is a universal headdress. Most of the headdresses were, demonstrated in a unisex type way, because there was always showing a form of equality and equilibrium, so to speak. You see? So we just want to emphasize that right there. So when you see these things, you see it from a different standpoint. Is there any other more that would like to ask any questions or elaborate in relation to dealing with this measure?
Islam.
Islam.
Yeah, yes, sir. That was big. Yeah, I just want to say that as you went over that, it became like crystal clear. I mean, when you look at this, it's this Apis.
Yes, sir. Apis.
Apis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the power and the force, but you could see that, like you say, how that serpent, from that Kundalini, is coming up, and he's in control of that. He has garnished that energy, that force, that spirit. And our ancestors brought it forth, in this single expression. That makes us, and as you are bringing us to this level, it's becoming crystal clear. That's all I need to say.
Yes, sir. And now just based on, I'm just going into a random area here, right? A random area. Now I just gave an expression, but let us go into just some of the measures that they describe in the characteristics of Apis. Now we can observe, the bull in its nature and observe all of these symbols that the one has, present and get a grand drawing of it. But this is why we said Yehoshua was placed, in those particular rooms of reflection. And it tells us in our Moorish Holy Quran, he was told to reflect upon these things. You see? So, man, we can reflect, for the duration of our life, basically, and still get new revelations from these symbols when we understand them. So you see how this really transcends any form of just trying to make those symbols alphabet. So it says here, Apis was the most important and highly regarded bull deity of ancient Egypt. Now, a lot of time they say bull deity, but these are really characteristics. This is just the way that Europeans describe it, because they've been reading, E. Wallace Budge, they've been reading, all these other scholars. And so that's where they lingua franca come from, so to speak, when it comes to the language. What they have adopted, as the way that they like to interpret these things. But nevertheless, we can sift through the truth and falsehood strangely mixed and see the greater measure. So it says his original name in Egyptian was Api, a happy, right? A help, right? And then it say Apis is the Greek name, right? And so we use this name to find it, because in most cases, it's hard to find it on this original name because they put everything in the so-called Greek. You see what I'm saying? And that's what they pushing. It's hard to find everything about Al-Sa under his name, Al-Sa, in the internet. You got to go to Osiris and look that up. You see what I'm saying? And then when you get into the language, you find out, oh, this is Al-Sa. So anyway, it says, he is not, however, associated with the god Happy. It says a help who was linked to the inundation. And it says, and is depicted as the god of the river, right? Now, this is according to their research, right? Watch what it says. Worship of the Apis bull is recorded as early as the first dynasty. I don't go into the aspect of dealing with worship of the bull, because I know our people revered creation. You see what I'm saying? They revered creation. They didn't worship creation. So it says 3150 to 2890 BCE. It says in ceremonies known as the running of Apis, it says, but veneration of the bull in Egypt precedes this time. And so it is thought that Apis may be the first god of Egypt, at least among the first animals associated with divinity and eternity. You know, I would say, you know, it goes a little deeper because in all actuality, you would actually find our moon among certain people in their sources where they say was older. You have some people say Heru, you know, is older, you know, but what it is that our ancestors, when it came to the Neteru, it wasn't one that was put before the other. They were there as a collective, meaning these characteristics, these attributes. And they put them in the form that they expressed them so that we can see them as they manifested in creation. You see? So it says, again, the bull in Egypt proceeds this time, so it is thought that Apis may be called the first god of Egypt, or at least among the first animals associated with divinity and eternity. He was originally a god of fertility, then the herald of the god Ta. It says, but, and we know Ta was said to be the creator, you know, in one of the cosmology stories, right? But it never put Apis at the head of creation, but they saying this one is a herald, a harbinger of Ta. You see? And this goes back again to them trying to systematically separate different things, you know, and put them in an order that they can try to put it into, instead of acknowledging that our ancestors demonstrated, again, understanding that creation was one with the creator. And everything expressed as creation came forth from the oneness of that one creator. You see, just like it speaks of when it talk about the seven Elohim, you know, yet the great God Allah being one. You see, and it's the same thing, just like El is singular in the Piscean records, and then you got Elohim, you know, as the plural or the plurality of beings. It's the same thing when you deal with Neter and Neteru. Neter is singular, and Neteru is the plurality of those beings or those attributes that are working along with the creator, or they are employed, so to speak, by the creator. They are not dependent, you know, upon themselves, or they are not independent from the creator. You got me? And so when you read these types of things, you got to go through them with a grain of salt, so to speak, you know. And like I said, when you know the truth, you can see these things. And they just want you to believe our people were worshiping these things so they can say, okay, they were savage. They were idol worshipers. And then when we go through the record, we find that ain't the case, because we are told that Tehuti was actually sent as their prophet, or their messenger, so to speak, to wake them up. He was the first teacher, you know. And even Orthodox Islam, though they call him, you know, by another name, it's talking about the same demonstration. They had the truth. So nowhere in the truth you will see our ancestors worshiping these things. They revered these things. They tell you in the Quran, rever the creation. There are messages in our Moorish Quran that tell us, you know, how we should basically rever creation as well. Go ahead, beloved brother. They call them deities. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you know, like as you was reading, as you were distinguishing, you know, the European concept, you know, it just dawned on me. Yeah, these, I mean, when I look at this, you know, as we, you know, I mean, take these lessons, as we elevate our consciousness, you know, I mean, we get to the level that we can recognize what our ancestors are speaking to us, how they are speaking to us. This is representing man. I mean, because Allah is not going to come down, you know, I mean, to earth himself. He will reveal himself through his creation. And this is how our ancestors portrayed that which God is giving them, you know what I mean, showing how he is that power, you know what I mean, how man can represent that power, you know what I mean, through that creation there. I mean, so whatever the Europeans say, we can bypass that immediately. You know what I mean? When we are in our right minds. I mean, this is why I did not say that I'm all this and all that, but you know, this is how I can see it. Gratitude, God, man, because you're doing a great job leading us to that point.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's what we want to emphasize, because we know our people gonna go read other things. And so we gonna let you know when you get to reading these things and they don't say what we say, it's because the European is never going to teach you anything. That's the criminal trying to describe the crime again. We just read it in the book of fire on all the mazes of confusion and conflict they brought on the manifest, under the guise of religion and so forth and so on. So when we go through these measures, we can point out certain drawings to our family and bring more clarity to them. And like I said, this is just a random thing. I just clicked on it, you know what I mean? And just, this is what came up, and we just addressing it, as we do. It says there were many bovine deities in ancient Egypt, Hathor simply being the best known. It says, but Apis was the most significant because he represented the core culture values and understanding of all the Egyptians. So why not just say that he represented the core culture values and understanding of all Egyptians, instead of, going into the aspect of trying to make it look like the people were worshiping a bull. You see what I'm saying? This is why you say truth and falsehood are strangely mixed. But that's because they want to push their own narrative. So it says each individual deity had their own sphere of influence and power, but Apis represented eternity itself and harmonious balance of the universe. So if you know this again, why say that Egyptians worship these things? Why not say, Apis represents, eternity, and Apis is really happy. You see what I'm saying? And represents the harmonious balance of the universe, because then when I hear it like that, I can say, wow, when I think of, the harmonious balance of the universe, if one is in a state of harmony and balance, then one is happy. So I can connect that to the name happy. We can say happy, actually goes into some grand draw, just like we did with the definition of Usert coming forth from the name of Alsar and so forth and so on. How Usar represent power, but Alsar, stood as a representation of power in ancient Kemet. So we can see how things come down through the line, but there's a distortion and things are placed in different areas. When we say man is most happy, when he is content with himself, right? And the only way you can be content with yourself is through harmonious balance of the universe. But when they put all that other extra stuff on top of these things, they dilute and misdirect the consciousness, because people don't really get the highlight of what we bringing out right now. It says other bovine deities such as Bat, Bacchus, Hesat, Menevis, because Menevis is also another name, which is actually, that's the Greek again, as they like to call it. We already know about the Hecopter. But Menwir is the actual proper name. It's not Menevis, it's Menwir, a name that actually connects to the name Mor. That's a powerful demonstration. But it says, in the bull of the West, no matter how powerful, would never have the same resonance as the incarnated deity of Apis the bull. And so they're trying to connect Menevis, and all these other expressions from Apis. That's another thing. That's the demarcation. Let me show you. I'm going to do it like this here. And that's another thing. Because you just to get to Menwir, you actually, again, have to use this name because they didn't put it out there. Only time you'll find the real name out there is when our people, go and make a correction to it like we doing right now. So look, they telling you that this is different now. They want you to believe that Menevis.
You can't see anything if
it didn't change?
Different, yes, sir.
Okay, it didn't change. Okay, nope. and I'm sharing it. I don't know why. Okay, let's do it like this here. Because I may have been just
okay.
There we go. So this is Menevis. When you type it in, do you see any difference up here in these images before I even blow one of them up?
Like one and the same.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. And so what it is, they begin to try to tear apart and demarcate these measures, and that's where the confusion comes in. Now, these things may have manifested at different time periods than others, but it still was pulling along the line of the same theme. You see, look at this. This is the Menevis. And then only when you go into looking it up, like I said, and you look into a deeper aspect, you find, okay, mirrorware. You see, they call this one here, they used to refer to one as the black bull and all that right there. We already know, you know, it's really referring to it as basically what they are seeing. So that word menware, and then they put nemware over here. So this is how the Europeans begin to confuse things. Instead of calling it what it is, it should be mirrorware. You see? But nevertheless, we're dealing with the same expressed principle. You see? This is powerful. It even says here, Menevis, or men where the bull was entitled to 2 concubines, more precisely 2 cows representing Hathor and who they call Eus or Set. We can see that name Isa or Isha coming up out that demonstration too. But so Osset and Hathor, Heru, you know, were very revered, as we can see. They were the goddesses along with Ma'at that were revered. All the goddesses really, Baset, you know, the feline or the cat, you know, they even try to trace the history of Black Panther through that, you know, dealing with the little movie or whatever. But nevertheless, when you look at this here, they talking about polygamy going on here, even though they trying to use the term concubine. So this is really talking about, you know, men carrying these characteristics, because we know good and well, cows don't have concubines. Cows don't demonstrate them type of laws, so you got to make them things applicable to people. So, you know, it's just little stuff like that right there, Moorish kin, that we point out, you know. But let's see how much information. I'm going to show you how little information come up when you type in the original name. You'll get a little bit, but you ain't going to get it all. See, they bring it right back to Menevis because it's already in the system under that. You know, you'll see a couple of names up here, but it's, see how shy it is? It stopped right there. You see that? And that's why we got to rewrite this history. You know what I mean? Now, when you go up under the original name too, in most cases, you get a deeper definition. Let me see if it allows me to translate this here to English. Let's see this. Now watch this. It says, man, people made offering to Mirware and honored the sacred bull. They didn't say he worshiped him. They say they honored him, right? Then it said Mirware was a mediator for the interpretation of oracle consultation. See, that go deeper. You know, we know a bull is not mediating, but this is one that has went into a state of their Godhead, the strength of their divinity. We know bulls ain't interpreting nothing. You know, it is man that is strong in his consciousness that is able to tap into things and be able to interpret things and so forth and so on. We can go on and on just with this one measure, family. It says a custom that mainly reappears in later dynasties, right? So this was something they kept. It says representation, bull whose back is black and between his horns, the sun disk with the cobra snake, which is, they call it the Uraeus, and we know it's the Wajet. You know, but anyway, in the plumes such as Amun-Ra and Men. And Amun-Ra, we already know, connects to the name Mar or More. So we can see the connection between that and Menwir. Amun-Ra, remember I told you Amun, we can take him back during the ancient time. We can take Heru back during the ancient time. Now watch what it says here. It says, the sacred bull, Mirwir, considered son of the sun, an incarnation of the sun. So this takes us into a whole new paradigm when we begin to see. Now we understand real essence of the sun. The sun has many houses, you know, that traverse through it, so to speak. In my father's house are many mansions and so forth and so on. And through these different stages, you know, these are referred to like solar incarnations as it goes through the houses and the cycles over and over again. You see? So we see the connection to the cosmology now with Memweir. This goes way beyond a bull. You see, this is very important too. Notice it says the sacred bull also embodies the Ba of Ra. Now we know Ra is said to be in the heaven. We know it ain't no physical bull in the heaven, but the sacred bull that embodies the Ba of Ra within the heavens, that's a powerful demonstration. But we know Ba represent the spirit and Ra represent the light. So this is the spirit of the soul or the light of Ra. We done went way beyond the bull itself into this. You see? So now this is special one embodies the Ba of Ra. This is showing you the strength, the vigor, and the vitality and the power that is in the sun. That's what it's expressing. You see? And so then they took this concept and then they came up with this. So they took that concept and they came up with this Taurus horoscope, so to speak, right? So you see, you know what I mean? And these things would be found where, you know, in what is called the Dendera, you know, but the real Dendera actually was stolen too. That's a whole nother thing by the Ptolemies. It ain't even in its original state. They got a fake bust of it now up there in the city. So yeah, they come up with these measures and they deal with the concept of Taurus. And then they'll go into most of the time, you know, what they call a negative and a positive interpretation of the world of the so-called animals. You know, aggressive, loves being in long relation, like to live a good fight for what you want, extremely going, you know, and so they're trying to express these things, dealing strictly with manifest drawing, so to speak. But when we get into talking about, you know, the Ba of Ra, and people don't know the word Ba and Ra is mentioned in the Quran and the Torah. And watch this. This is why I say everything connects to everything when you understand, right? Bara. And when you look at Bara in Arabic, in most cases, you got a lot of different names that deal with it. It means innocent. But there's also the word in Arabic that actually deals with Bara that actually has to do with the creation. You know, the beginning of creation. Let me see. And it should be able to pull this definition up. I could pull my dictionary up. You know what I mean? And notice too, though, that in Bara, it's also speaking of land. And they also, I just seen also the definition that goes into the ground, midland, you know, and everything else, right? That's another measure you can go into dealing with this Bara concept. You see, they said, however, in Egyptian slang, it might mean cow. Well, we can already see that, right? Here it is right here. Watch this. Now notice they say bara, mate, and asa. This is in the Hebrew language as well. Create. The word bara in creation mean the same things. He created the heavens and all of these things here. You know, created Adam and Eve, created the stars, the rivers, and you see the other definition had to do with the earth. See, made all the land and the creatures. So we can see where this is connecting to that other word, bara, that we read in regards to dealing with the land. You know, but this word bara is at the root of barashit. Barashit means to create. And that's where they get the concept of Genesis from. So you see how we able to go into all of this just by, we able to go into this just by dealing with a word. And we can trace, you know, through etymology and everything else it is that we can find here, you know, just by dealing with that, you know. And it says the same thing everywhere, to recreate, to create. See it right there? And I'm just going in random areas because I already know it, just to show it to our family. Ba and Ra. So this creation starting, you know, for example, we already know that the sun has power in it that allows, you know, the constant cycle of creation of what we call vegetation. So this is why we can see why, you know, Apis is said to represent, or Happy is said to represent, Menwir is said to represent also vitality and fertility and so forth and so on. We can see now why this same measure is connected to Osiris or Osar. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, this demonstration is powerful, family. You know, so it even says here, this is, I see they got our brother up here. This is coming from our brother Nuri. He did that research right there, you know, dealing with the Ba in the Arabic letter that represent the creation. You know, so, I mean, like, we really, how far do we need to go, you know, before we can go any deeper? I mean, we can continue to build off of these things and get deeper into it. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, and you can see here is one expression of one revering, you know, again, Apis or Menwir. You can see one actually has the headdress of Amun-Ra that it was expressing early. You know, we can see Heru demonstrating with the same measure without the horns, but the sun is there with the Uraeus or the serpent coming out the front. This is a similar Ra. You also see this as a circle with a dot in the center. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, hold up, I just seen, I wanted to show this here because I was speaking of the feminine version or the female version of it, as we just showed you the male version. You know, same thing here. You know, so it's just, it's powerful, family. Any more want to comment on that before we move to the next special drawing? Islam Grand National Secretary of State.
Such a powerful measure, Dr. Shahid. Also, when you were looking at those definitions and tying up the words and how they relate, one of those categories was cult, C-U-L-T, which
That's
is a
right.
negative connotation coming from Rome. That's part of the remix. But if we allow ourselves, as you stated, to just go by the surface and not go and delve down deep, then we may be taken off just by the word cult, you know, and shut the mind down. So that's a grand measure. Gratitude.
Islam, and yeah, that's what happens. And I'm gonna be honest with you, it's almost like the Klan placing the sheet over their head thinking that we scared of ghosts. So they put certain trigger words in there to run our people away. And these people run with these words, oh, that's pseudo, that's a cult, you know, that's idol worship, idolatry. They use all these terminologies to turn our people away from their own history. When the cult is created in the church, the cult is Western Freemasonry. The same people that's out here putting this misinformation out here, Islam. Like I said, this is open as we go through this drawing, you know, that way we can go through it with our Moorish kin and really build on this demonstration, you know, because we want our people to understand exactly what's being said. So we can see the difference between a mere alphabet and then understanding metaphysics and breaking it down. And we can go forever with getting the knowledge out of this here, because there are things that we still don't know about the nature of the bull, even though we understand its characteristic from the surface level. We don't know that if we go into the bull, we may be able to find some great cure. If we truly examine the bull, if we truly read that special page and listen to the silent voice of the God that speaks to, this is how our ancestors was able to do what they did. We find it in the example of them studying creation. You see? And all the doctors and everybody that come up with what they come up with it based upon what started first in the Eber papyrus. You know, that dealt with medical and all of this stuff here, the teachings of Imhotep. You see what I'm saying? We got to stop letting these people pull this wool over us. You know, that's another expression right there. And that's of, you know, this is special attribute that's being demonstrated here, family. You know, and we seen again when we showed August Khan, let us show that again. One who was a Turk. Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that he was a descendant of the Turks. We seen that he kept true to his culture, even though he was a Turk. Look at him. You think Brother Shaheed just making this stuff up and making these connections? No, this is one that is paying homage.
We don't see it, Dr.
Oh, you don't
Shaheed.
see it?
No.
I just hit share again. Okay, here it is. Watch this. Okay, here he is. Thank you, Moors. I was doing that last night too. When I was on there, I had to go back and reshare. Look at this. You see, and this is a modern way of them expressing August Khan. You know, they draw him, of course, but look at the way he looked, you know, outside of that right there. Let's pull him down here. Oh yeah, you know, that's definitely Moabite bloodline right there. They actually have another larger picture of this one. And it's like in a, I don't know if it's a museum that they have him in, but they actually have this in there. I'm just trying to give you a close-up of this one and his features. So this is letting you know what the original Turks look like that come from up out of Kemet. See, he got his scimitar, his bow and everything. You see the right here on his belt, he has the head of the ox, and you see the horns of the ox with the sun disc there. Come on, we cannot make this stuff up. You know, we cannot make this stuff up, Moors. And we even have a picture of him where, like I say, he sits up under the Aten disc. Yeah, he sits under the Aten disc, family. You know, so here it is. This is what I was trying to find right here. It's like a display that they have right here with August Khan in this particular place. You know, so they're honoring him. They paying homage to him. Are the Turks worshiping that? But we know most of them supposed to be Muslims. You know, so they have this going on in there, paying homage to August Khan. You know, so do you agree? Can you see that connection, Morris King? Is it not obvious? Islam.
No, I'm saying, yeah. Oh, you just saying that that wasn't really asking.
Oh no, you could have, yeah, you can get your measure.
Yeah,
Morris can get a measure. Like I said, this is open forum here.
Well, you know, if I may, I can add that, you know, I can see what you're saying when you're going into the metaphysics of it. You know what I mean? We just got one representation right now. You know what I mean, that we're working with. And it's almost, we almost can go infinitely with it. You know what I mean? So, because all of those expressions that our ancestors brought on the manifest represented an attribute of the great God. You know what I mean? And so when we arrive at that level of comprehension, you know what I mean, we can feed off that. You know what I mean? But like you were saying, those Europeans are always trying to come in between, trying to misdirect, you know what I mean? Trying to short stop, you know what I mean, our teaching, you know, but we just have to, you know, be fortified, you know what I mean, in these lessons. I mean, and once we get to that level, you know, we can't be, you know, fooled. So can you fool them more? No, Islam.
Islam, Granddad Secretary of State.
And when you were showing the various statues and things of that nature, I was also reflecting on how Moorish America is going to have to get back these histories of our people, because they have it in museums and, you know, United States, France, England, etc., Germany, etc., all of this, even, you know, in honoring Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Our culture, history, we are going to have to get all that back and put it in our museums, because you've got a few countries such as KEMET that have reached out. This is ours. We want it back, you know.
Yeah,
So I was just thinking about that, you know, because all of those things were pillaged. That's all.
exactly.
Mhm.
Islam. And that's right, Grand National Secretary of the State. We definitely got to get them back. And they right now trying to get certain things back. You know how many obelisks they took and big monuments they took? And that's why we trying to tell our people they did the same thing during the Ptolemaic period. And they built temples from the ruins of what they basically went in to destroy. You know, and then built it up and put themselves in there, chiseled things away and remudded on top of what was chiseled. And then now you got Ptolemy offering to Heru. We know that's impossible because we know Ptolemy was not nowhere during the time of Heru. You see what I'm saying? And so our people have to notice, they got to know the difference between what's demonstrated by the Ptolemies and what's demonstrated by the original people that was there. It's a drawing I want to go into to show you something too. Notice it say the divine origins of the Asiatic nations, right? When we deal with what the prophet said. So he gave all the history here on the people and where they come from, right? But in the last 0.7, through what we just shown, we showing now that Prophet Noble Drew Ali, what he said, we already know he was telling the truth. But this is actual evidence by us seeing August Khan and what he represents. It's evidence because Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the only one that really taught this history of the Turks is coming from Kemet. European will tell you the Turks, you know, come from the European and, you know, all this other foolishness. He said the Turks are the true descendants of Hajar. Now we know Hajar is nothing more than a origin word that goes back to Heteru. You see, Hetar, Hajar, that's who they really talking about. And we understand this to be a representation of the goddess, who we expressed earlier as the same form as Mirwir. It says, who are the chief protectors of the Islamic creed of Mecca, beginning from Muhammad I and the founding of the Uniting of Islam by the command of the great universal God Allah. Now we know this to be true because we know the Arabs come about through Abraham or Ibrahim, who was a Cushite, who conceived Ishmael from an Egyptian. So that shouldn't be far-fetched anyway. But we just have the tangible proof. Like I said, when you see a descendant like August Khan being the father of, you know, the Turks, it solidifies and proves, you know, the position that the prophet demonstrated. Islam. So let me go to our other particular measure here. You know, so now when you look at this, you can see, okay, well, this is an alphabet that was created by the Canaanites. And so evidently you can see this one right down here in front, you know, revering, you know, Minwir.
Can't see it, Dr. Shaheed.
Goodness gracious. Okay, hold up. Give me 1 second here. Okay, there we go. So
He was contemplating.
yeah, I was going into it, brother. But yeah, you can see this one right here, you know, on the manifest. And, you know, this may go back to also the ancient Egyptians or Kemites understood if you mess with the bull, you get the horn. We see a lot of our Latino family like to play with the bulls and boy, you know, so you gotta respect that. You know, something they say, you know, you got to be careful. You got to be, no, you got to respect that if you go around there playing with that bull with your little red, you know, little top, waving it in the air, and he come thrust you up in the air, you know what I mean? Well, so that may be why they understood, now we got to respect this guy, right? You know, they might have found that out early. Islam, Brother Marvin Edwards, baby.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was just thinking about like those over in India. I mean, how they so-called worship the cow. You know what I mean? Like if that has some relationship, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
That's you know, at least they say they worship the cow. So you got to look at who interpreting this stuff. You know what I mean? This is
Yes, sir.
European talking about everybody else, you know, but they don't understand other cultures rever the creator and they rever his creation. You see what I'm saying? You got to remember the people of India come from Kush. You know, they come from the Indus Kushite civilization. I mean, the Meru Kushite civilization. Watch this. Watch this. And make sure more you let me know if this thing is sharing.
You sharing so far?
Okay. Let me see. We'll go here. And this is where you'll find a lot of the true images of ancient Kemet here in the Kushite civilization, right? Now watch this. I remember I was getting it. We had a discussion with a brother talking about the Nagas. And I was trying to tell him that the Nagas, you know, they basically were of, you know, the particular people that were instructed in what we call the temple of Amen. You see? So in most cases up here, what you see up here, I'm trying to get a good close up of this. This is actually the ram that's seen up here. But there's a lot of things that come up out of here that India adopted. Watch this. Let me do it like this. This is it right here.
They take the hands off of those.
Well, what it is, you see the lion here? That's expressed. This is all in the temples of the Kushites, right? This is known as a Pitima. It actually seems like when one says epidemic, you know, epidemic, but it's Pitima. I'm trying to find that picture of a Pitima on the long thing and show you. Well, you can see right here. You see all looking different ways right here. These are different heads of the lion, right? But you see it has 4 arms on it.
So that's like one of those Indian representations.
That's exactly where they got it from.
Okay.
That's exactly, they got it from here. See that there? See all that with all the different many figures?
That's right.
You know, let me see here.
Shiva.
Huh?
Shiva. Shiva
That's
is the,
right.
the
That's
deity.
where we getting ready to go. Yes, sir. Shiva. You know, when you go into Shiva, that's where they got it from. So I'm showing the Meru Kushites gave birth to everything that the Indus Kushites came up with. You see what I'm saying? This is a close-up of the picture here.
Islam, can I interject something real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
You know that L-shaped symbol that you were looking for?
Yes, sir. You got it?
No, do you see the building if it's looked from an aerial, if it's looked from an aerial, it's that L. You know how they used to turn
You know
things?
what? Right here.
Yeah.
Yep. See that? And we're gonna definitely put that right there too, just for tops. Because you're right, actually. You know, when I go into the history of that actual symbol, you dead on point with it. I agree with you because it's the same thing that I have here in this particular measure. You see what I'm saying? But we're gonna get to that. That's the house. But yeah, we definitely can go with that, brother. And I appreciate you pointing that out. You know, that's definitely on point. Now, what I'm gonna do, because I want our family to really see this transition right here and how this goes back to India. And that's the crazy. I ain't even showed y'all nothing yet. Y'all gotta really see this right here. This is something else. Let's see. And they actually have also the serpents. And I was just getting ready to show you that too a few minutes ago. We'll do it though. So that concept of Shiva, and I really want to find it in stone, you know, to show it to you, you know, but we can see it here too as well. You know, that's where they got those concepts from though. And you know, they called the last in the most recent in the culture, you know, they called that one They call them Moors. That's another thing. You know, that's also a picture they depict in there. You know, when they put up the many arms. So this stuff comes straight up out of Kemet. They also have, let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to find, I just put it this way, because I don't know the exact, I remember it. It's been a minute since I went into that particular area. Let's just put this in because we'll probably find it, you know, under this, because this is where the European demonstrate. Yep, there you go right there. So now look at the lion up here, you know, with many arms and many legs. Let me show you how they depict it. See what I'm saying? This comes straight from Kemet, family. This comes straight from a Piedmont, you know, destroying the adversaries that basically over there in that area. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, there it go right there. Exactly 4 arms. You know, but these things come straight up out of India. Let me show you something here. See this right here? Let me blow this up. This is the same lion in Kemet with a serpent body. We already know that's straight Kemetic. But we also know that this is also a Kundalini expression in the temple of Amun. You see? So, I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, how can you really hide all of this stuff? This is showing that everybody got their stuff from Kemet. You can say what you want to say. They can't tell us no different. Islam, is there any more that would like to respond to just that information that we brought out here? You can see the correlation there before we go into this next letter.
Well, no one gonna say anything. I'm gonna say something. Well,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we opening up because we want to hear from our family. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I mean, this is beautiful. I mean, really, this is revealing, you know, this is the unfolding of the truth. You know what I mean? And I mean, it just makes me feel so good, so elated. You know what I mean? You know that the prophet, you know, is preparing us. You know what I mean? Through you, through our most American government, preparing us to go and reclaim all of our history. This is what it's all about. And when we get to know who we truly are, we can see ourselves in all of this. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Gratitude.
Yes, sir. Islam. Any other more want to got a statement they would like to make?
Islam.
Islam, brother.
Islam. The other thing that two different things. A lot of them will have the hue of the deity that stem from Africa, so they kind of pay the homage, but then they try to say that they're the originators of the information. You know what I'm saying, or of the deity, knowing that even if we look at the term Shiva, if the B and the B is synonymous with each other, it's Sheba. We could say Sheba, which is another, go back to the African goddess. And then that picture that they got one picture that it looks like it looks like the same face on in New York, that big holding up the things, but that picture is of what they say is of Lucifer. That's not even of the, you know, because the original I can't think of it. The Statue of Liberty was really a goddess, you know what I'm saying? But the picture that they trying to do is actually promoting that, you know, a different deity. But we also know that was later, that what some of the pictures came later on. But when we look at the actual picture of Shiva, she is blue hue. So that means that darkness and that richness of the melanin came from, you know what I'm saying, that Coptic, you know what I'm saying, Egyptian blood, you know what I'm saying? Islam?
Oh yeah, Islam. And I actually got a picture with ones up there with the Fez and the Shinti on, the you know, old pictures of the ancient Hinduist Kushite. But see, the prophet also confirmed it here. Listen to what he said. Just like we showed you with the Turks, he said the Egyptians, who were the Hamathites and of a direct descendant of Mizraim, the Arabian seed of Hajar, Japanese, and Chinese, the Hindus of India, descendants of the ancient Canaanites, Hittites, and Moabites of the land of Canaan, which were in the land of Egypt. You see what I'm saying? And so when you see all of that right there, I mean, everything the prophet said is being confirmed. So yeah, brother, Shiva is synonymous with the word S-H-E-B, Shiva. I got tons of information on that right there. So yes, there's a connection, and Shiva is who? Cush. Cush. You know, so yeah, praise be to Allah. Let me go back to our next letter. You know, I just wanted to flow through it, that demonstration. So this is the letter Bait, and it has the value of the number 2. You see? And so what we're gonna do, like I say, as we go along, we'll put these measures in here. And it ain't really a whole lot to really be said about this special measure, because it deal with what is called house. That's what Bait is said to be, the house. You see? So let me do this real quick and put this in here and put the value here. These values are important because once you put the value here, a lot of times when you do what we call gematria, you know, it really has to do with one going into a comparison of taking particular words and the numerical value you compare to what is called atomic mass in the periodical table, and it will manifest a particular formula, a scientific formula that will come on to manifest. You see, so we trying to show our family all of those particular things. And these formulas can be used, you know, that will help us probably in more of a medicinal way, you know, but also help us in being able to tap into things scientifically. So we are using these measures to discover, you know, everything in creation, because everything in the periodical table deal with the elements and everything manifests in creation. You see, so that's what is demonstrated when one demonstrates decoding the God code. So we can use that same methodology in general. I did it with certain words, you know, a few different words actually, you know, and I showed how powerful that gematria is when you go into the atomic mass of an element. So yeah, let me put this in here as well as we go along. Is there any more that would like to expound on the concept of the house? And what I see is a top view, you know, of going into the temple here, you know, and a structure being on the manifest as one will walk through doors or any side of it. And then this is another expression that is used where one can go around, you know, in this particular fashion. You're just looking at it from the top, the way this thing is laid out, the way it is built, you know, because here, when you get into the alphabet, that's what it tells us. You know, this is the house. You see, Bait. You know, and we also hear this word used in the Arabic as well, when it speaks of the Al-Bait, you know, the house of Prophet Muhammad, or it speaks of Bayatul Mamur, the house of God, the most frequently visited place, so to speak. You know what I mean? So we can see this house concept, you know, has a lot of credence to when we deal with the word bait, you know, or bay even, because what we hear when we say bay is governor. So we see really in these two alphabets, we see the L, which produced the L, in the bay. So we see creator, because we seen how this connected to creator, and we see governor. Now this is just coming to me right now. See, that's when, you know, the higher self begin to speak to you and teach you while you're teaching, so to speak. You know, so we can see the connect of the L and the Bay, the creator and the governor. Ain't that powerful, Moorish kid? That's a powerful demonstration. Go ahead, brother.
You know, like, you know, it kind of like came to me when you were speaking on that. You know what I mean? The Aleph being the L, which is the creator, and the Bait being the governor. You know what I mean? You know, and we know that the creation, great God, hold on a second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just do that. Okay, yeah. Great God of creation. I mean, you can see that creation in the circle. You know what I mean? It is the creation is circumscribed. Great God cannot be circumscribed, but the creation is, and we can see how the bait being, like say, a demonstration of harnessing that creation, so to speak, as we say govern the creation. You know what I mean? This particular creation. I can see how that can be related. You know what I mean? As in our communication.
Now, yes, sir. Islamism. Now, this is very powerful, right? Along with what you just said, because this is not just the expression of any house right here, even though we're going off of what we have in front of us here, you know, in putting something tangible for us to see. You know, our chairman, you know, has told us in the past that if, you know, we ever run up on them Frenchmen, they be trying to ask us, talking about what lodge, you know, I come through the halls of Luxor. And so that's what this is, you know, an expression of the halls of Luxor. And let us pay attention to Luxor, you know, the temple of Luxor. I'm gonna show you something about Luxor, you know, and it's something important in relation to dealing with the temple of Luxor. Luxor temple is built by the ancient Kemites, and the temple of Edfu was copied, you know, off of that special demonstration. They got different areas to go into. But let me show you here. I want to show it to you from a top view, point of view. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, there we go. And actually, we can actually use this measure here. It'll take us probably into those other drawings. See, this was a book written by Squaller E. Lebex. He deal with a lot of metaphysics and esoteric, but notice he called this the temple in man. He got one called the temple in man and the temple of man. You know, make me think about the temple of perfected man. But this is the entry point, what you're looking at in the front when we deal with the Hall of Luxor. This is the pattern and the plan in which it was built. And when you get up here, they call this the Sanctus Sanctorium. You see what I'm saying? So when you go through these particular journeys in the temple, this is also synonymous with one traveling up, just as that sacred energy would travel up. So every time somebody go into these temples, they are actually going through a path of initiation, you know, that is demonstrated in Luxor. See, this is another bust of that special demonstration. Our ancestors were so, you know, masterful in their building. Yeah, they build it according to the way the body is often constructed. Ain't that powerful? You know, as you go all the way up in here. So this is not just any house. So you can see the entry point right here at the bottom. And once you go up in there and you begin to try, I see some sevens on the entry point too, huh? But when you go through that special demonstration, and by the time you get up to the Sanctus Sanctorium, you know, what we would call the adept chamber above the neck, you know, this is what makes you a governor. This is what makes you Lord of the plane of soul, Lord of the plane of thing made manifest. Your created properties exist up here above the neck. You see? So this is a powerful demonstration, you know, and you can actually see the different patterns, you know, in relation to dealing with the alphabets that we display right here, you know, and where they got them from, you know. And so nevertheless, this goes deeper. This is the alphabet here, but this represents the metaphysical structure, you know, a portion of it at least, you know, in the journey that one takes within, you know, when it comes to self-mastery. Anybody want to comment on that?
Islam.
Islam.
Islam. When you was talking about when you was, I'm gonna say something about this. That reminds me of that picture you just showed of the how it goes up into the temple. It reminds me of the prophet sitting in the middle of the divine constitution. You know, and when you take those, you enter into the principles and you enter into those laws, you automatic, you know, it's like automaton. You automatically become the governor once you embody those, you know, each one of those acts. Then when I'm looking at when you were talking about taking the letters and going into the fact of the periodic table, well, it is said that he said the hands of civilizations is in the hands of the Moors. So if you think about where you have to be mentally, you have to be able to get to that, to, you know what I'm saying, to coincide doing what we're doing right now and correlate the alphabet with the thing, because there's been pieces of our DNA that have been cut off, and this may be the ability to access that, where the, you know, combining the acetonial lines with the energy, all that stuff from this breakdown. Like you really brought something that they call him Terrence Howard crazy for right now. That's what I'm getting from this measure. You know what I'm saying? That it's really something heavy. I'm not fully there. I'm gonna say that. I'm not fully there yet, but I see that it's bigger than what it's way bigger than what just this stuff, but it's the footsteps to it. Islam?
Yes, sir. Islam. And now, just to confirm what you're saying, see, that's the whole essence behind this particular drawing. You know, to show you, again, the structure through which man is able to come forth through into a state of self-mastery. You know, it's the same journey. This is what make us executive rulers. You know what I mean? The head of man. See how we going into that demonstration? You know, that's what it means when it says man is human spirit clothed with soul made in the form of a law. Once somebody know that about themselves, how can you enslave? Yes, sir. Powerful. You know, so yeah, Moors, that's a powerful demonstration. Any other more would like to comment on that before we go to our next alphabet? Islam, Grand National Secretary of the State.
Islam, this is a beautiful measure. When I was looking at how you had looked at Bey being the governor, and then you took the AL in reference to the L, the creator, and bringing those two together, we know that the symbol for the A, dealing with the solar disk and dealing with many houses. I was also looking at with the Bey as well, many houses in my father's mansion. And when we look at A and B together, dealing with the heart, which is the heart should lie in the upper chambers as far as creation is concerned. I'm just looking at it from that aspect as well.
You know, and so now don't Grand National Secretary of the State, you can see how they've been cheating our people, telling them that them symbols represent one letter.
Right.
Because if you just say it represent a letter and that's what it is, you can't get all this up out of that.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? You can't get the grand view that we see. We see in the macro and the microcosm in this demonstration. You see, and not only that, it's actually connecting to things and places of things in creation, like the brother Mustafa Gadala said. You know, so yeah, we know we express things with words, but that thing is a tangible thing. You see, it's something that we can see around us. But that's not one alphabet, like they tried to make the people believe. The Canaanites adopted their alphabets from the symbols, you know, and even in their alphabet, you can go into metaphysics based upon the dictionary that we have, you know, so they actually got a twofold drawing. They can get the metaphysics and they have an alphabetical property to it. Whereas the Kemetic Medu, they got to realize Medu means the language of God. So this is how God speaks to man through his creation. And again, this is what made our ancestors masterminds and master builders, because they could take these things and make them applicable, you know. And so really technically what I did here, you know, because this is a letter G, you know, which they call Gemil or Gemil in the Arabic. You know, this is the letter G, and it has a
Can't see it more.
3. Oh, it ain't? Okay. Goodness gracious. Here we go right here. Thank you. I'm gonna share this whole screen right here. Okay, there we go. And so what we want to do, we're going to actually insert this like we did a few minutes ago. Because this is what we was telling our Moorish kin to do when we were saying insert the numerical value here. Even though we already have it up top, we just putting it here, you know, and this is dealing with 3. And actually this again is Gamil. In fact, I just do it like this right here. Instead of doing it the other way, I just put it this way right here. All right, so when we come over here in this special area here, and when we, I'm gonna just put Gamil right here. I can spell it here rather than just putting it in another area. They spell it like this. Some people even replace the C and say, oh, that's where camel come from. You know, I seen that as well, you know, but that's a whole nother measure.
I thought it was an I.
Huh?
Yeah, it also have it with the I, don't they? You know?
Yeah, but that, you know, it's depending on who it is that's spelling it.
Okay.
In most cases, though, you know, you'll see it spelled this way here, you know, Camille, you know, a lot of time. So the drawing here, dealing with this particular letter G, what I see immediately, I look at this as it relates to the concept of the 7 in the letter G that we have in our language. You see what I'm saying? This is a 7. But also going back to the temple structure, like the brother said here, you know, if we go into the essence of this special drawing, you know, we can see a grand measure in that relation as well, you know, in the shape. And this is actually the Kushite, this is the Kushite temple that was there in the same shape, you know. So a lot of time when you see these shapes, they have a lot of reference, you know, to the creation as it has to do with structures that are being built. But we are a structure that is built upon the 7, you know. So let's go up here and see what we have here. In this expression, they call this what a gahar, which is a bend. You know, they just calling it a bend. You know, that's a simplistic statement to make, and it's saying the same thing over here. So they're calling a bend. You know, where I can also say, you know, where this looks like the example as well. Let me go back to it. If we were to put this in the sense of man, we can say if this would represent in a straight line or upright man, this can also represent a sense of reverence, where one goes in a position, and I'm gonna show it to you right now. Let me show you. In prayer. Let me see, it should get it here. It's one of the things you see the Arabs doing in their prayer. Well, I can just put it here. It'll actually bring up all of them. There it is right there. You know what I mean? A symbol of reverence, so to speak. You know what I mean? I can also see that, you know, whether you're going either way, you know, I can see a symbol of reverence being demonstrated. And so that has to do with, in and of itself, a whole nother measure. You know,
That's
so
cool.
yes, sir, Ruku. You know what I mean? I can see that being demonstrated. Like I was saying, you see what a man is standing up right here, and then he makes a form of, you know, a prostration going down after that. But Ruku is one of the measures they take before they go into that state. But I'm just saying, certain things that we do as human beings, you know, it's funny how these things can be traced, you know, back to certain other measures, and we not really pay too much attention to it. You see what I'm saying?
No.
You know, and that's a powerful demonstration, because in most cases, these temples, you know, dealing with worship, you know, we could see these things being demonstrated here. In fact, I even have a picture with the Sabians demonstrating these same postures. You know, that's just a measure that we are drawing on when we say to bend, right? To bend. And that's what one is doing. One is bending in reverence. Let me see, can I find that picture? Let me see. Because I know they normally have these pictures up here. Because these were actually the teachers of Muhammad. This is where he learned these postures from. And the Sabians are actually the ancient Cushites as well. So it's crazy how all this stuff is going back to Cush. You notice this, right? Cush and Kemet, Egypt. You know, the more that we dig into this demonstration, you know, we see the connection. I'm trying to find it here. Normally they had that demonstration up in here where it goes into the actual, you know what? I might have to do it like this. Or I probably end up going to my Queen Candace right there. The prophet talked about Queen Candace. You see that? They saying that this is Queen Candace right here. Wow, she demonstrated one of the postures as well. That's powerful. So what I do, I probably find it better here. Let me do this. Let's see. Okay. I can go to it right here and show our family better what I'm talking about, because I want to make sure you can see these things. I got them up in here. If I can't find it nowhere else, I know I can find it in my archives. Just give me 1 second. I'm coming up on it. So this is powerful, to bend within a temple. This is where I was showing you the other measures of the Salat demonstration that the Sabians was demonstrating way before Muhammad. See, they offered themselves. Hold up, one more time. Where's that demonstration at? And I actually have it. If you got my document, I actually have that posture in the ancient Comedian for Ashitat. I'm gonna go there real quick. I really want our family to see this. Let's see here. This is how I search my documents too, family. You know, let's see. Let's see. Let's see something.
What's the name of it?
The ancient comedian Pa'ashitat. Yeah, I think I got it right here though. Not there. Oh, I can also find it here too. I probably got it up under this. I got so much in here. Let's see. I definitely got it in here. Okay, that's the adept prayer itself right there. It's in here. Just give me 1 second. I done sunned it out so many times on the other drawings. Let's see if I put it on this. Let's see. Yeah, because I want to show you this special drawing here. Let me separate this. See if I can find something. Maybe it's in here. Okay, yeah, here it go, right here. Well, I was showing all of these particular prayer postures come up out of Kemet. Let me show you here. Let's see here. And I showed everything in here I showed the one where they were offering near, just like the Sabians was just doing when they were standing up. You see the brother Malcolm X right there demonstrating. The other portion when they raise the hand, say Allahu Akbar, that's the Takbir Tarima. I actually got this in this particular slide here too, dealing with that, showing where it came from. I showed the concept of Qiyam, which this Qiyam go back to the day of Yama Qiyama, resurrection, you know, standing upright, you know, but this is what I was saying here. See, this right here comes straight up out of the tomb of Atmos. See, I'm demonstrating, you know, and they were doing this where? Inside of a temple, you see? So we can see, you know, just going through all of these things, how the Arabs not only took their language from ancient Kemet, but they also took, you know, their worship. You see the brother with the feathers on his head. We always point this out, the sash like the prophet in ancient Kush. Yeah, we showing where these things come from. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know how plain we can make it. You know, everybody done took something from Kemet now. See the sister greeting from the heart like the prophet, the hand clasp of unity being demonstrated up there. You know, goodness gracious. I mean, what more do they need to know when we say he's an Egyptian Adam? You know what I mean? And this is just a powerful demonstration, fam. You know, and so so that brings me back again to, again, within the temple, you know, also dealing with them bending, you know, so to speak, just as they say that represented a being, you know, we can go a higher degree beyond that, a special measure. You know, the being has to do with giving reverence to the creator, you know. Well, that's a powerful demonstration in and of itself. So is there any more that would like to comment on that? Okay. Well, all right, we'll move on then. We'll
You
move
want us to comment on the bend?
Yeah, now just what I was showing, the relation to the being in that position, as all these different measures come out of Kemet, and that temple was a temple of basically where people demonstrated acts of worship.
Oh, okay, okay.
Showing
Yeah,
the
yeah,
origin of the position, showing how they come from the Sabians, who were the Cushites, and also showing how the Cushites and the Egyptians, all of this stuff that was taken by different religious beliefs, like your Arabs, you know, come from there. So the relevance has to do with the concept of just, they saying it just mean being, but I can see a deeper connection to the bending and how it relates to, you know, man giving reverence to the creation. Or we can say even bowing. Islam.
No, yes, sir. And I concur. You know what I mean? When I think about it, it makes one, you know, realize how deep, you know what I mean, our whole, say, expression of life, you know what I mean? From our language to the way we worship the great God, you know what I mean? Even to our communication in our alphabets. I mean, like you're saying, you know, nothing is a willy-nilly or haphazard. Everything has even a divine representation. I mean, so that's how I see that.
Islam. And I think our Grand National Secretary of the State has a measure to give as well.
Islam.
Islam.
In accord with what our Moorish kin brought forth, grand measure, because I was also looking at the word ben as dealing with the state of humbleness, where the prophet also speaks about weak and ignorant as thou art, humble as thou oughtest to be. You know, so I was also looking at humbleness as well. Hassan?
Islam. And so that humbleness in regards to dealing with the concept of the drawing, that's even better, because when we say being, you know, that actually deals with humility. You know, so that's a powerful measure being brought forth from the treasures. Praise be to Allah. Let me put this right here up here, this other one here. you know, and we can go deeper into it. This is just on the fly that we demonstrating this here, you know, and we have Daleth, you know, which they say this is the door.
Okay, you're not showing anything right now, I know.
Not showing? Okay, my bad, brother.
And you know, like I'm thinking like
I probably should keep it up.
Myself and the Grand National Secretary of State, the only one that can see these things. I don't know.
Why you say that, brother?
Because we the only one saying something.
Cause y'all the only one saying something.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I mean, how many people we got on the line? I mean, we actually got 2 Gerald Muhammad's. I know he'd like to say something.
Yeah, it's long. Yes, sir. Well, all is well, you know, maybe one's getting the drawing. You know, so yeah, this is a good symbol here, Todd. We can actually see one, the sister greeting the brother, same way the prophet demonstrated. I didn't see that till then. Everybody, you see him down there at the bottom, demonstrating her. And he greeting back. You see that? Look at that. From the heart. It's long. Y'all see him over there?
Yes, sir. They like all in union.
Yeah, they
It's we see it.
Wow, that's, yeah, you can see that. I didn't see it a few minutes ago. When I pulled this in there, I was just dealing with the concept of the door. So now that I see the door, you know, well, you know, if they pretty much greet one through the entry point of the heart. You know, that's something else, but this is not an actual door that one can walk through, but this is considered a door, more like a sealed door, you know, but it's a door. And so when
like
you
a
look
spiritual
at
point, like a spiritual point of reference.
that's right. That's right. It looked more like a shrine, an exterior shrine. And if you look, you know, you can see how they, you know, depicted here coming down here and how that top part represent the bar, the crossbar in this portion here. And so we can see the door. And there are many places in Kemet where we see the same expression here, you see. And so this is, you know, what they call Dalit. You know what I mean? Dalit. Let me pull this up right here. And insert this in here. And this is actually the number 4, by the way. You know, so let's say it here. And we just putting dollars here, you know, for the sake of saying we don't even have to say it. We can just call it die if we wanted to. You know what I mean? So place that there. So like I say, all of this has to do with being able to go a little deeper. I showed you this a few minutes ago. This is the same thing you see our chairman demonstrating, you know, that takbir taharima, as they call it, when say Allahu Akbar, and before they go into Roku, this is what you see them demonstrate. But yet this is a sign of praise, according to what they would call so-called determinatives, right? Not only is it a sign of praise, but again, it has to do with reverence. So we can see the symbols that mostly caught the eye of the Canaanites. What we are seeing is that they were definitely about, from what we see now, we see they were about, their alphabet basically represent their reverence of the creator is what I'm looking at so far, right? Can you agree with that, family?
Islam. You know, I was just thinking how that same figure is the same one when you did the demonstration on he, which is dealing with Allah.
That's right.
And it's just like, wait a minute, that's the same degree. So
That's
that
right.
would tie in for giving reverence to the creator.
Exactly. Yeah, Islam. And that's a powerful demonstration right there. You know, I mean, that's there, but it's just looking at the whole alphabet, it just seemed like it's actually taking ones through dealing with the temple, you know, governing oneself, being a creator, you know, bending the will to the creator, giving reverence to the creator, you know, so we can see what really was most important to the Canaanites at that time. You know, and nobody really has ever explained this alphabet in this particular way, you know, not the way we doing it now. You know, this is powerful, family. This is powerful, but we can see the origin, and can't nobody lie and tell us nothing else about this particular demonstration. It just ain't happening.
I concur.
Yes,
and
sir.
it really helps when you have the picture along with the symbol and the letter and the value. That really ties it in. You know, you can't get no more hammer in the skull than that. Praise the Lord.
Islam, and like you said, not only do it represent, you know, who he, this is actually the alphabet for he, you know.
No, Islam.
Now ain't that some grand? That's the Secretary of the State.
Yes.
It's actually the alphabet for he, you know. Yeah, you know, which is also what they try to substitute with the letter E sometimes. You know what I mean? So, man,
No,
that's
I'm going.
go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. I was just going back to that book, Egyptian alphabetical letters of creation.
Right.
Cycle.
Now you getting it. Because that's where we going with it. So when you
Yes,
have
sir.
all this, can you give us a demonstration based off of some of these measures? And give me 1 second, Morris.
Yes, sir.
I got a window I got to roll up real quick. Outside. It's just in front of my door, right quick. Give me 1 second.
All right, Mom. Yeah, I mean, like if you just wanted to fill in something or any other more, yeah, you know, the deeper we get into, let me see, am I on? Yeah. The deeper we get into the understanding of our ancestors and how they were connected with with our God, you know what I mean, and how they represented our God, and so how we will continue to represent our God, you know what I mean, through everything that we do, everything that He did gave reverence to the great God, you know. I mean, that's just so powerful, you know what I mean? And like I'm thinking, like the deeper we get into the understanding of this alphabet, I mean, and its value, the deeper we go into, I mean, a higher understanding that we're going to get. I mean, it's going to be some beautiful revelations. That's it.
Islamism. And you see this here. Now this is for the hey. Now, if you notice, this is actually a part of the name of the creator, the great God. You see, as we put it out there early, you know, this would represent really both the God woman and God man being present, you know, in this here. You know, so this is powerful. You can see how this connects, you know, back to the hey, also as it relates to Elohim. You know, like I showed you the concept of what they say, well, eagle, lion, ox, man, ELOM. You know, and then you place the hey in there, which deal with the divinity, as the Grand National Secretary of the State said, God, man, we always we dealing with issue right now. Goodness gracious. Oh man.
Islam.
Islam, brother.
You know what's crazy about that? When you were showing the pictures of the letters and the symbols, or the people, you know, the like these, you know, the hands raised and everything like that. If you see the hands raised with the circle, that could also be the square. Because if the square carries the same degrees as the circle, which could go back to the word, that letter daleth. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I mean, they even put it in the form of a pyramid in the Paleo Hebrew. You know, so it's definitely some sacred geometry up in there as well. But you can also see the Ankh, you know, in that demonstration as well. Islam.
And you can see in the top one that you had on that one slide you just had, it also showed 5, your slide 5, that little L with the you know what I'm saying? So it goes, like, even now I'm starting to think about the positions that they do in when you make a salat. That all goes back to the, you know, the physical and the metaphysical, and you to tie it in, because all this is tying into each other, man. It's crazy. Mine going through warp speed right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very powerful. And it's so powerful because, like, even when you go into this next one here, now I'm seeing a connection between Ta, because I got to measure with Ta in the jet pillars, because this is called pillars here, right? You know, but when I go back to what I was just showing you a few minutes ago, hold on, let me make sure I'm sharing. Yeah, I'm sharing. Okay, let me go back to here. If you notice here, right after the alphabet hey comes the wall. And we see the same thing that's actually in the alphabet that is made up by the Canaanites. They brought this right behind, you know, the hey. They brought the hey and then they brought the wah. You know, that's crazy, right? The connection that they demonstrated with this drawing. So, Islam, brother.
Yes, sir. Well, even in Mustafa Gadala book, he's saying, you know, how, you know, coming from the one, you know what I mean, two is representing, you know what I mean, the one, you know what I mean, you know, in addition, you know what I mean, like the letters, I mean, the numbers, you know what I mean, are connected in that manner. You know what I mean? From one before to the one right after it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a gradual unfolding, you know, gradual creative, you know, forth going on.
Yeah, most definitely. Islam. Yeah, that's powerful. I was just looking at also the relation to the tetragrammaton right here, how that hey is coming right here in the same sequence. You know, because this is the pillar. Remember, that's coming behind it right here. See, you got your hey, and then this is your wall. And let me put the value here too, by the way. And when you go into the reading now of Mustafa Gadala's work, family, this is definitely gonna give us, you know, grander insight. You know, so it's just so many revelations that manifest, you know, just dealing with the history of the teachings, bringing everything into a concrete reality. You know, I mean, how can one get around this right there? Can you even make any excuses after this right here, Morris King?
Oh, we can't. No.
One can't make no excuses after this. It's impossible. You know, so yeah, these are the pillars here. And I can see, you know, the connection of this concept of the pillar. This is actually expression of a pillar as well. You know, this just drawn in different ways, you know, still expressing. You can use either one and it still be considered proto sign. Hey, let me show you. So when you come there, you see it right there. This actually corresponds with the V, the O, and the U as well. But this is the pillar, vault, or wall, pillar or support. You know what I mean? And that's what we call the jet pillar, you know, in ancient Kemet. I actually have a drawing here that I want to point out real quick. Because our true support, we always say, well, you support that thing in which you love. You know, so you hear people calling themselves pillars of the community, and so to speak. I know we done heard all of that type of terminology at some point of the time. Watch this. Look at this. These are, and they got them. I just want to show you the different expressions, how they put it out here in the art form. See, they have actually the body connected to this demonstration here. Okay, let me show you another one that's very important. All of them important. They also show the jet pillar connected to the in this particular expression, right? So pillars, again, represents support. This is a powerful expression, and we actually showed our Moorish kin this one before, as it relates to us, you know, dealing with self-mastery and so forth and so on. You can see the goddesses and the queen. Look at the 5-pointed star here, and it's showing that the sacred geometry as it relates to the pillars. You know, powerful. That's why the prophet says signs and symbols of a conscious mind, you see, in men and women of understanding. I know y'all seen this one before. I showed this to our Moorish kin so many times. This is Ptah standing in the middle of the pillars. The arms are more relaxed, you know, because we show, you know, how the Allah concept come up out of that. But this is Ptah standing in the center of the pillars. You see? So it's still dealing with one being a pillar, one that is supported by the truth, one is the truth, and so forth and so on. So this is just all over ancient Kemet. undeniable empirical data. You see, when we're talking about a pillar, you see? So the true pillar, you know, is one that has become so much immersed into the God self, you know, to where they have become the pillar, again, of their community. Islam, any more want to make a statement in regards to dealing with that draw? Islam, Grand National Secretary of State.
I tell you, it's not strange because when you were going through these letters, Dr. Shahid, I also had open the letters of creation cycle dealing with the values and the letters. But when I was looking at the letter A, which ties in with all of these letters that come in after it, a left meaning to go around in cycles, still dealing with the symbol of the solar, etc. And another word that could be added to giving reverence or to bend would be salutation to the atum.
Islam, see what I'm saying? And so this actually makes us, because this is an alphabetical drawing that was put together by our ancestors now. You know, that's corresponding to symbols they took out of Kemet. And basically their alphabet is based upon their worship of the creator. You know, that's powerful. That's powerful. That means they took some real thought in what it was they were bringing forth. They didn't just bring it forth like the Grand National Secretary of the State would say, reaping in a scanty way. You know, they knew exactly what they was doing, and they did it exactly how they planned to do it. These are said to be brows. Now, they have many different expressions of the brow, and you can actually see it here, you know, right here above the eye of the brother. You know that's one of us, even though they tried to take it out. This is the more formal, squared out version of it, you know, in the hieroglyph, but this is the one in the Proto-Canaanite. So these are the brows, you know, and the eyebrow, you know, has grand functions as well. You know, so it's science and everything in history, you know, that we can think of that has manifested itself in creation. You know, so, and they just put the two brows on top of each other. Let me show it to you here as well, so you can see what I'm referring to. Okay, there they are right there. They call them sweat brows. And that's basically one of the purposes of the brow, to keep, you know, to keep the sweat out your eyes. You see it here? That's the letter Z, or Z, Z, Z. You see? So yeah, that's what they're calling this here. And so we can tell they definitely, you know, was also letting it be known that their son was beating down on them out there. And that's another thing. You got to remember, these people didn't have trees mowers like we have. Can you imagine living under them type of conditions and working under them? When you're under the sun at all times, unless you put your tent or something up, and you can't put that over your working place. Goodness gracious. Man, here's another expression. Let me put this here too, by the way. The letter.
Oh, that was all part of minor matter.
Yeah, wasn't it? If you don't mind, it don't matter, huh? Yes, sir. Let's see. I just put this here like that, you know, and that's really based upon, like I say, the choice of expression, because we already know, you know, what the transliteration will turn out to be. And this has the value of the letter 8, number 8, pardon self. And then we come here to the next drawing, and we see the temple, you know, of Hathor, Het-Heru. You know, this is temple of Hathor, Het-Heru. So this is the temple itself, you know, or what they call a hut, you know, and this is also an expression they trying to put in the form of hut. But this is actually one of the symbols of Ta, dealing with creation as well. You know, I always like to deal with this as, a comparison to life and the DNA and all that type of demonstration there. So I think about the temple of man, and everything that relates to man as far as it deals with his life. And see here, this is where we get this one from. Blow it up a little bit there. See it there? This is hot, which is another form of heta or hethu. So heza, a hut. You see? And so over here, we have the same thing, hut. Yeah, so that's where that particular drawing comes into play. But again, this is nothing more than a place of reverence. This is a place of reverence, family. Powerful. Almost make me think now about the concept of the true definition of what we call religion. You and I tie. You see what I'm saying? You and I tie. And we can see the twisted rope here in relation to dealing with the tie, and being tied, so to speak, to these particular shrines. So our people were not only in these special shrines demonstrating reverence, but these shrines and the lessons and instructions that they were getting, it was to tie them back to the Creator. That's what religion means, to tie, to bind. You see, to go back to the source, basically. Islam?
Yeah, did you mention one time how the pyramid is kind of like built up, like in like a replica of the body?
Oh yeah, most definitely. That is correct. That's correct. So the temple of man, is the true temple of the instruction, because we the temple of perfected man. The true instructor is within man. We can see all this in everything we demonstrate, but yes, sir. There's definitely a connection to this. Also, in conjunction of this measure that we putting out here, when we go back to this particular temple here, in the alphabet here, the actual word here, which deals with house, we can see some connection between this. They are saying it means pure, but we talking about the house aspect, but we can see some connection to this metaphysically. And this particular expression over here, it actually looks like a combination of the two drawings that I showed you up here. See that?
Actually, it does.
If you put these two together, these
Right.
two symbols together, then and I just seen that just looking at it, you can see, the expression here. So that's powerful though, but this actually expresses to us, again, how what people call religion or spirituality has nothing to do with all this, what we call ritualisms, rites, ceremonies, and forming middlemen, but it has to do everything with tying oneself back to the source. Like we said, there's a rope that runs through the law, all the laws of the 10 Commandments, the golden cord of love. That's powerful. And heru is actually an expression of love. Goodness gracious. So yeah, let me see. This is the next measure here. And this is 9. And again, this deals with and I want to make an emphasis on this too. Because when we go into this particular alphabet here, this has to be pointed out. This is a hard H that goes into k, k, k. So, this is actually the one they use to spell the word ham. That's why I tell you ham was really cam, because it was spelled C-H-A-M in the Hebrew. You see what I'm saying? So it's cam. So don't confuse that one with this soft H up here that deals with ha. Ka, ha. You see what I'm saying? Okay, so what I'm gonna do when I put this in here, I'm gonna just put this in here as cat. I won't even add the H there because we don't want our people to be confused. You know, and this is the ninth sphere letter, so to speak. This is the ninth sphere letter. Okay, and we'll just place this here. Sometimes you also see it two Moors. Uh-oh, it didn't put it in there. Sometimes you will also see this two Moors as the alphabet that has to do with the K and the H. But I'm gonna just put CH here, you know, just for good measure. And then to just put it here this way right here in what we call cat. You know, sometimes, well, they don't even really put a H on the end of that. But that's it right there. That's where they get the cat from. Let me put this here real quick. This is the ninth. So we'll take this on over to the side here. And there you have it. Cat, cat. So this symbol, very important symbol. This is a symbol that represents a town. This symbol here also the same thing, but this is just the written or the alphabetical form. I got to get the letter for this, which I may end up having to just crop it out of the alphabet demonstration I got here, you know, because they show it here as well, right here. This is said to be a D here, you see? It ain't got nothing to do with alphabets over here. That's just what they trying to say it is. So it's really T and H here in the actual alphabetical script. But this particular symbol in the Egyptian was adopted by those who were demonstrating in the Proto-Sinaitic. So you can see everything it is that we said thus far, and all these alphabets come to play right here. So anyway, this is just an expression with the circle at the end of the same symbol, and then this is showing it here. Look more like an ankh that's laying on his side, or even a banjo, you know, like an instrument, you know, is what it remind me of. Nevertheless, this is the th. You can see th. That's TH, right? And that's the symbol for it. And again, we have it right here. So this is, hold up.
Yeah, I'm wondering, should that TA be the or TH the 9? I think we.
Yeah, you know what I think? I'm gonna tell you what I done did up here, because I just caught it myself. I done number, I'm gonna renumber it, but I'm throwed off by my slides, the other two that I put in here, and that's why it's moving up that particular way. So you're right, Grand National Secretary of State, it should be the 9, because yard 10 come after that. So
yeah, I was just trying
we'll
to
go back and I'll go back and recorrect that, family. I had forgot I started with 2 slides in the beginning. Forgive me for that right there. So we'll go back and correct it, and we'll just start it off at here, at this being the 9. And I go back up and then go number for number and letter for letter later, and then put it all together. And then we can actually send it out to our family in the PDF once we do it. So you're right, that is the 9. And I was just thinking that, I was like, wait a minute, you know, the Y is coming up behind this, and the Y is 10, you know, so this is 9. And this wouldn't be the cat, this would be that. Trying to get that little cursor behind that now. There we go. So this would be that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Don?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, you know, because I was looking at, okay, so Mustafa Gadala letters kind of like different, because he got the TH way up there. But this here, you say this is a tip. Like,
Well, you gotta remember too, this is dealing with Canaanite. You see what I'm saying? So
yes, sir.
even though there's a sound shift that will make them relate to each other.
Okay.
You
I
see
got
what I'm saying? And in this chart right here, I'm pretty sure that if you look at the chart of Mustafa Gadala, if not look at the chart, look at his book, the Egyptian alphabetical. Well, no, the
But
Egyptian
they
writing
both the
mode.
same.
If you look at
They're
the
both
writing,
are the, yeah, both of those letters in both books are the same.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So yeah, when you go into those books and you look at them, but he has a demonstration dealing with what we call sound shifts. And when you get into the pages dealing with the sound shift, you will see how they relate to these different letters.
Okay, I got you. I got
Yeah.
you. That's
Mhm.
it. Right,
So
gratitude.
yeah, Islam, gratitude. But like I was right with the Grand National Secretary of the State because I knew this was coming up. And this actually goes into the grand expression of this particular alphabet here. Like we say 10 in most cases, and we know this by the number comparison, it goes into yod, which actually means hand. You see? And that's expressed here. Let me see, can I blow it up a little bit more? You see the hand there, then this is actually the Proto-Paleo Hebrew right here. So you ain't really got to worry, we're mainly dealing with the symbols. And when we come over here, this is where they got it from. You see, and so we brought it forth here, you know, in the same manner, you know, and showed our family. They also have an Egyptian version of the hand right here, you know, but I wasn't able to find it so soon. They out there, but I wanted a physical picture, not another photo picture, you know, because I wanted to emphasize the photo picture as where the alphabet and everything come from. So they use the arm and the hand as a representation of the yod. You know, we say people think the strength of Allah, you know, the arm of Allah has been weakened, so to speak. You know what I mean? We tell your hand is symbolic to the mind. We talk about the ability to shape, mold, or form, to obtain, retain. You see the hand is extended out. You know, it can be extended out in giving or extended out to receive. This represents the mindset, being able to teach holy instructions and also being able to receive holy instructions. Islam, is there any more that would like to demonstrate on that one?
You know, Islam. Well, you know, like just going back to that hand, you know, it just reminded me of like when I was in NOI, where they, you know, like they sort of like were going not against like councils, but you know how they had the fist. They saying the fist, closed fist, can't receive anything because it's closed. So you know, it was always that hand that was open to, you know, give or receive. I just want to.
Yeah, most definitely. That's right. You know, and some people will say from a revolutionary standpoint, well, you know, a closed fist represent power, you know, so there's an argument where they had going back and forth. I'm very familiar with what you're talking about, you know, but like you said, a closed fist, like you say, it can't receive nothing. You know, a closed mind can't receive instruction, you know, powerful, you know, the hand has to be open to give and the hand has to be open to receive. Praise be to Allah. You know, they can't get around that. Let me put this up here as well. So in relation, is any other more that would like to comment on that particular drawing?
Yes, love divine.
Go ahead, brother.
And Dr. Number 156B, zooming of a nation. I know we always rise out of the great God of love, great God of universe. And as I see, as you say, you know, I used to watch the family them when they were playing the sports and they climb up on that pedestal, they always put up their fist and talk about black power and all these things. As I say, so much things that like you're just saying. And you know, sometimes the other ones them use, like I said, the 5 principles as the 17 just show we have to put over the heart. And it's always have a saying that it's better to give than to receive. I see why, you know, we have to learn to love instead of hate, because our people get so, you know, that eeny, meeny, miny, more. They're so mean. I want to be a more. As I say, you have to study to be a more American, because you have to be kind. At the end of the day, I would say, when we go down to the family, just make sure you give them things. Don't, you know, throw nothing at them, tell them this and that. Just give them with a kind heart. Divine family. One love.
Yeah, Islam. Yeah, that's the only way we know how to give it to him, Brother Golden Asher Smith Bay, in the loving way. But we can't speak for the unconscious ones outside of the ranks. You know, I ain't seen a Moorish American yet get up here and go to talk about tearing nothing up. You know what I mean? Oh, we only want to kill them out. No, we don't demonstrate like that. You know, now when it comes to our people that are hard-headed, mean, stiff-necked, and rebellious, sometimes you have to speak to them a little louder in order for them to get it, but it still ain't from a level of malice or hatred and madness, you know, and trying to tear up nothing. You just got to speak a little louder for the ones in the back of the room because they can't hear you. Islam. So here we go right here. Our next letter, as we can see here, you know, and this is powerful. When we go into this next letter, it's dealing with, they would say, well, this is the Ka, you know, in ancient Kemet, you know, but then this is also demonstrated here by this symbol, you know, in the Sinaitic text. But this is also the expression of it. So we place this here, you know, because, you know, we know all of them has a representation of each. But let's go here. They still the same thing, whether you use each one. So we go back here and we can see the same hands being exalted, but they are actually worn like a crown. And this, you know, we know this is Ka, you see, but they tell you, well, this is K. So you got your alphabet from the letter K, you know, your Ka supposed to come from here. No, Kemetically, you know, there's a deeper measure dealing with Ka. Ka represents the soul. And you heard us tell you many times that the soul is within the brain. So this is a powerful expression right here. Understanding the ability to think, will, reason, understand, and remember. These, call them not the soul, but the actions of the soul. You see? And all this has to do with being the strength of Allah. Allah's arm is not weakened. You see? We are able to exercise our strength by thinking, willing, reasoning, understanding, and remembrance. So that's powerful, just to deal with the metaphysics of that, you know, and understanding that, again, this is not to be understood as the alphabet that they are trying to put here as K here, but this is the demonstration of the K and the CH here, which is more like lock, you see? So there's a K beginning and there's a lock, you know? So let me blow that up too so our family can see it. Right there. You know, so what I would do is, you know, we can deal with both of them. You know, I wouldn't spell it the same way I spell this one here. I would just put, let's just say, Ket there, right here at the bottom. Okay. And we almost done, family. But we wanted to make sure we took our time to go through this special drawing so that our family can really get some insight into these things and where they actually come from. We know this has the aspect of dealing with the alphabet, and if you go into the language, you'll get a deeper meaning by definition of this particular expression, but we can see the metaphysics here that are being demonstrated as well. So let me put this here. And let me see here. I just put that there and just say that right there, right now. And then we will go to 11 here. All right. And so now that we got there, here's an expression that I seen that was very interesting. And you can actually see the way it curves over right here. And then we have the other aspect of the symbol. I'm gonna pull that back a little bit because it's too wide. We don't want nobody having a misunderstanding.
Quick question.
Yeah, wide. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, yeah, you put 11 on the other one, so we're not doing it to gematria.
Nah, what we doing, we putting it on here. I'm showing you how to put them side by side. We ain't gonna go into the geometry of the day.
Okay, yeah, I just want
You know what I mean? I'm just trying to show you the metaphysics of these different symbols as opposed to what the alphabet is that derived from the symbol. You see what I'm saying?
It's
By the Canaanites. But we will use this, but I don't want to you know, I want to get this demonstration closed out in good time. You know, so that's why I won't go into the geometry in this particular one. We're giving you the numbers for the geometry. And it'll be good for actually our family to go.
Well,
This will be a part of the homework. This will be a part of the homework. But I send this out though to our Moorish kin as well, so they can have it as well with them. You know, I just got to go back up and correct the ones that I got thrown off by my 2 slides, so to speak, that I had that wasn't part of the actual alphabet chart. So I can make sure I renumber these properly. You see what I'm saying? So again, here, if you look, this is the alphabet Lam, you know, which is the letter L, you know, and so what we see here is, I would call it a staff, you know, remind me of the crook and the flail in ancient Kemet that also demonstrated, with also a staff. Some people would actually call this a staff. You know what I mean? So this is another example of it in the Canaanite, Proto-Canaanite. And you can see it up here. Hold up right here. Let me blow it up for you. Pull it over to the side here real quick. There you go. And it actually means teach. Now, it ain't strange, because most cases we will see those who come in age and they become elders, they have a staff and they are teaching with it. And I keep telling Moses that people think Moses was just teaching with his staff. He was just splitting Red Seas, as they like to call it. You know, because we know Moses went into some battles, so I'm pretty sure he put that staff to use in more than one way, because he used it, they say, to strike the rock and bring some water forth, they say, right? You know, so that's a powerful demonstration. We can see teachable moments in all of that, though, for the children of Israel that took heed. And so the little curve like symbol, that swirl like symbol, you see it right here. You see the same thing. They got it upside down, right side up, if you want to call it there. That's still the letter L, you know? And so that particular alphabet is what they call, again, Lam, which is the same thing in Arabic, but they spell it L-A-M, you know, Lam, you know, same demonstration. So yeah, I look at that. If you deal with a staff, you know, of instruction, you know, like these ensigns that have been given to us, not for ourselves, but for, you know, the sake of uplifting our people and so forth and so on. You know, I mean, it don't get no plainer than that. Islam, is there any more that would like to comment on that? Let me see here.
On this particular symbol?
Yeah, you know, just to draw it and the metaphysics behind it, and Alam meaning to teach, and, you know, being connected to a staff that's mostly in the hands of the elders that are doing the teaching. You know, most prophets are depicted in having a staff. We call it what? You know, a wand of truth, so to speak. Islam,
gratitude. Yeah, I could definitely see that. You know what I mean? But like, when I think about this particular picture here, you know, because, you know, like, you know, most of the pharaohs, they had this, which what they say, call it a hook. Also at times, they have the hook and the flail. But this hook,
crook
I can
and the
see
flail.
that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I can see this hook or staff, as you say, can be likened to a teaching. You know what I mean? How they would, you know, grab some of the sheep that kind of go astray, and hook them and bring them back into the fold.
Now that's powerful right there. Say, reach out with that staff and pull them on over there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How
That's
many
okay in
times
my
we had
mind.
to do that? That's what the
Huh?
Grand Secretary of the State referred to as pull up, ain't it?
Well, also in accord with Dr. Edwards Bay, I was thinking that same thing dealing with the shepherd, because you had
Mhm.
just read that about the lion and the lamb, you know, so he has a staff as well. I was just thinking that, and Dr. Edwards Bay said it.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Wow.
And that's probably why every prophet, like I was saying, probably had that particular staff, because they looked at their particular students like sheep. You know, and if one wasn't careful, that especially sheep, you know, could go astray and be led to the slaughter. You know what I mean? That's powerful. Very powerful. So yeah, that's Lum. And it ain't strange because the alphabet, Lum, make you think about lamb. What y'all think about that, Moors?
True.
Islam, it sound on point.
Yeah. And also we see the number 12 there, which represent, you know, government, you know, executive ruler, so to speak. And so this would also deal with one who is a shepherd, you know, an executive ruler, you know, who truly knows why their ensign was given to them. Not for themselves, but for, you know, the sake of the people, so to speak. Islam,
No.
that's powerful. Yeah, that's powerful, man. That's what I'm talking about. And we can go further. And now, if you go and study, you know, the nature even further of these things, you come up with grander expressions when it comes to the understanding of them. So here we have here our next alphabet, and we want to show this to the people to give them the confirmation for it. Right here, you have what they call the letter N. They like to call it N. We don't deal with this in this way when it comes to hieroglyphics. And according to the Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite, it's M anyway. So they had the same symbol, but they adopted it again from the Egyptian, you know, and they came up with their letter M. And it ain't strange because this letter M seems to stay the same. I don't care where it's at. You know, and that M is basically one of the most ancient letters I can see, because it's still pretty much the same. They just took a couple of the squiggly lines off of it and, you know, turned it from being upright in the horizontal. But really, you're dealing with the same letter M. Do you Moors agree with that?
yes.
You know, and you can see it even here in the Hebrew so-called letter box Hebrew is still retained. It's
Yeah, I agree.
Islam. So this is Mayim is what they're calling this, Mayim, you know. And so let me go and place this in. And so like I said, all of this stuff, right? And they also say this represents water, you know, and Mustafa Gadala also touches on that as well in the Egyptian alphabetical creation cycles. So one thing that we can say is that in ancient Kemet, that we can say Kemet has influenced every culture. Like we got some people out here now trying to tell you that the Kemetic teaching come from the Bantu, and the Bantu is how you transliterate, but Bantu came after Kemet. And they wasn't even all the way up in Kemet studying like that. You know, they were in Upper Egypt and at the tip, not really all the way into it. You know, so we can see how the Bantu adopted certain things from the Somali or the Puttites. And they trying to claim the connection from Bantu to Puttite dealing with the change of the B and all this. We can see the connection, but we wouldn't go and say that the people that descended from Kemet are the people that the alphabet of Kemet derived from. That don't make no sense. But you got people that's trying to reach all over the place, nevertheless, when it comes to the special drawing. Islam, my brother.
Yeah. I'm thinking that, yeah, maybe those people have like an agenda or something, or they're trying, like you say, trying to fit something into it instead of going back to the source. That's
right. That's exactly what's going on. You have people that's doing these things instead of, like you said, going back to the source. You know, and that's the problem. Most of them are content with what E. Wallace Budge them taught them, and they fighting tooth and nail to keep demonstrating. You know, here's the other letter. We almost done with these Moors. And here we go right here. This is Nahas is what they use for the word snake. Nakash. You also hear him say it that way, Nakash. You know, this is said to be the serpent in the Garden of Eden. But nevertheless, they say this is the letter F. You know, we know that's not the letter F, but this is the particular glyph. And no, you can go to the Unicode to fact check, you know, these particular symbols, you know, and you will see how they evolve, you know, even in connection to dealing with the Canaanite script. So you see they actually have the expression of the serpents here as well. You see, and then you can also see the letter N instead of the letter F that they have over here. You know, in the real expression of alphabet, this is what it meant to be an alphabet. So N, Nahash, again, that's actually serpent. So that ain't strange. So we can see that they wasn't just adopting symbols, but they understood what they was looking at. You see what I'm saying? And they call that Nahash in the expression of the language. You know, so that's a powerful demonstration. This shows that they learned to observe nature and read the book of creation just like the ancient Egyptians by being amongst them. You know, so it don't get no stranger than that right there when it comes to so-called strange happenings. As we know that there really are no strange happenings because everything here is being proven, you know, by what we are setting out right now. So let me put this here real quick. I'm gonna actually put Nakash. Yeah, I'll go back and, you know, do whatever it is I chose to do with it. You know, after we get out of this special demonstration, I'll send everything else up here. Okay. Okay, so we have here the next measure, which deals with, and this is not F for fish, Morski. You know, a lot of people, okay, here we go. This is S. And you see they put the letter B here, and BZ actually. So this is Seer or Sarah. Oh, they say hair and they got stink up here. I don't know what that got nothing to do with. I guess it's dealing with a transliteration of the word, you know, but I guess they're trying to say that this is dealing with smell of the fish. Somebody head smelling like the head of a fish, that ain't good. You know what I mean? That's like a warning sign right there then, huh? So it's S and X, you know, it's dealing with the letter here. You'll see it expressed, and you can see the connection between the expression of S and X. And our brother Mustafa Gadala, you know, he covered these as special drawings in his works, you know. So I guess that's where they end up getting their expression, you know, of that from. They were trying to deal with, you know, the smell, so to speak. And so let me insert this real quick, dealing with the letters here. Here we go. Okay, that's the S. We'll just put for now and come back later and put the rest in here. Okay. And then we got a few more right here. All right. So we have here, a lot of people like to call the opening of the mouth. You know, this is what this is often referred to as, you know, an opening of the mouth. And a lot of these determinatives, as they like to call them, are indications were given these titles by different people, you know, but then they would also call it the eye. As you can see, both of them being put together without the pupil. See it here, mouth and eye. All these are connected to the face. These basically 2 degrees of the same thing to a certain degree. You know, if you're looking at it from this standpoint, you know, but we ain't looking at it from an alphabetical standpoint here. But you can see the symbols are basically the same, except one lacks the pupil and one has it in there. But these, if you want to put them together, same thing. So this is letter O, and this O is dealing with the center, you know, of that special demonstration. Let me go back here. And it's actually supposed to be here. Give me a measure here, but there you go. So the mouth would actually be the next one, but they basically go with the same structure is what I'm getting at, Morris King. So nevertheless, this, why is not let me click into it? What in the world? All right now, Rome, don't go writing up now. Let's see. Oh, I see.
Probably got to click on it again or something.
That's what it is. I got it too big up there. Yeah, I had it stretched out the outside. There you go, right there. There we go. You know what I mean? So yeah, we have this special measure up here, and this is actually the letter O. And so when you see it, you can see it right here, the letter O, by looking inside of this particular area, almost like they took the O from the eye itself. You know, when you look at that, that's a whole nother measure. Let me put this here. And this is actually referred to here, though, in our alphabetical chart, is referred to as Ain. You ever heard me say that? But well, actually, that's the letter that we had problems with in the Arabic, remember? Now, this Ain is often used too in the place of A. It's strange, but it's an O, but it's used in the place of A in certain time. And sometimes you'll see it as a comma, look like mark in it, you know, and all of that. So you have to watch for those types of things. It's based on who has transliterated or translated something. So you'll see that. So when you run across that, don't think like, oh man, we ain't. No, it's just another sign for that expression. And pretty much if you come up here, you can see every sign that you're going to possibly see in relation to dealing with these things. Some of the charts may show everything, some of them don't. Here's a prime example over here. You can see the difference. Go ahead, brother. You see the iron over here and the different examples that they show?
No, yes.
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Brother Mark.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but like,
oh no,
you know,
yeah, I want you to
like that's like when we first started. You know, we learned these things. Like, I mean, it was so many different variations. There's so many different people. I mean, like, you know, you wanted to say, forget about it almost. But now it's making more sense. You know what I mean? Because you know, we can relate to. I can relate to it better now, and I can distinguish between the two. Gratitude.
Yeah, that's because you did the research.
Islam.
You know what I mean? You gonna relate because you did the research and you was here from the beginning. You didn't miss no classes or none of that. You know what I mean? Islam.
Islam.
That was the sound though that everybody was like, how you say that? Ain, ain. You know, that corresponds in the Arabic as well as the Hebrew. Ain is actually the term that was used in the book of Genesis as well, when it says, you know, that God moved upon the face of the waters, and it talk about the face of the waters is actually translated from this word ain. You see what I'm saying? And that's the way they chose to say face, or sometime when you go into a deeper aspect, it'll say source. You know, so, or I, the I. So this is the providence of Allah on the manifest during the very dawn of creation, basically. You know, this is the true light, so to speak, of the heavens before the sun and moon was created. Islam. In fact, that's a powerful demonstration there when you get into that mention. So Islam. Is there any other more who would like to make a statement on that one?
Islam, you gonna put the numbers on it?
Yeah, I already did, my brother. I'm at another one now. I
Oh.
told you, it looked just like this, but it just don't have the.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes,
You done
sir.
jumped ahead already. So go ahead.
Yes, Lord.
I thought another brother was saying something.
Yeah, I think you did too, Bati Bay.
Yeah, Bati Bay. Yeah, go ahead, Bati Bay.
Gratitude. All I was going to say was that mouth could also symbolize spirit, meaning the holy breath, because that's where the air comes in and out at. You know, and also, if you remember the one with the oval with the dot in it, they said that the circle with the dot was the old expression of the God, of God. So, you know, being the spirit, being the conductor of the spirit, you know?
Islamism, we often hear out of the mouth of babes come to wisdom too. You know, and so this is actually corresponding with peh, or ph, you know, right here. You know, and you know, over here they'll try to tell you it's the letter R. You know, and they really, you can tell this is one of the areas where they actually show that they don't really know what they're talking about, because they'll try to make this I in the mouth be the same thing. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, they do it. You have to, y'all know how these people use the Eurocentric expression. Let me put this right here, and then we'll just put PE here for now. And this is actually number 18. Well, actually 17, sorry about that. Okay, so here we go here. Let me insert this right here. Not that. And that's, we can actually do it like this. Actually, they actually put certain things at the end. We'll put that right there and then just run this alphabet here in here. All right. Actually, that don't even supposed to be there. Okay, and then I couldn't find, you know, a physical expression to express this demonstration here. You know, outside of the symbols themselves. And this is actually our letter Q. Not Q, but TS part itself, which is where they get sod from. You ever seen sod? Sod, like S-A-D. Sometimes you see if they spell this out, they spell it out as Sade. Let me see if they do it over here on this chart.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, you seen it? They actually
Yes,
use something else to express it here. But
one of the biggest.
yeah, Sade, you can actually find it in the other charts.
Right.
They do it here now. They got it in Aramaic, right? But if you look through your other charts, you'll see it spelled it as Sade, and I'm gonna spell it out right now, just so you will see it here. I'll spell it in the bottom, but I'm looking for, you know, an actual expression for this. This is one of the ones I was telling you it was hard to find. Looked like a number 8, but I'm trying to find a actual. And I think I seen one in some of the hieroglyphics. I just got to go through the glyphs because I know it's there, but I just got to go through it, you know, in order to give it to our family. Because this ain't a common expression that you see out here. Okay, so there we have it there, 18. Come on now.
It's not like you were saying, but like I noticed when I was doing this, it had that T and an S.
Yeah.
And they say Sade.
Yes, sir. Almost, yeah, like Sade. You know, so the T is really silent.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
But yeah, that's basically, you know, when they pronounce it, in most cases, they pronounce it as Sade. You know?
Yes, sir.
And they are referring to this as just a sack, so to speak. but I seen that symbol, but it's not a common symbol. You don't see that all the time. That ain't something people will pay attention to, basically. You know what I mean?
Right.
They call it a sack, but did the Egyptians really think it was a sack? That's a whole nother conversation right there. You see what I'm saying? So now this is the letter Quap. That's the letter Q.
Okay.
You know,
Wow.
Quap. Right there. And this is, you see, they put core there. They usually would actually put quaff, but I see they put core there. There's nothing wrong with that. They just trying to get the qu sound, because we could just put queen there if we wanted to.
Right. Like,
Yeah, that's like actually the quap that actually deals with like Quran. We can see that there as well.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, quap. Right. So that's let me go back over here. That's 19. All right, we're gonna put this up here. Let me take it down because I know that's what's going on right now. And like I say, I want to try to find this here as well.
Right.
That the actual physical symbol to it, because I know it's there, but it's just one of them. If it's in the expression of what they call the glyphs, it definitely got a physical representation somewhere. So let me do this right here. I'm gonna just put that there like that there, quaff. And put numerical value in here. Go ahead, brother.
So you writing in phonetics or something? You got QOPH.
Yeah, I just put that in there as quaff, like I normally would see it. That's how it's normally stated. Instead of QUR, I just put quaff in there.
Oh, okay. So yeah. All right,
Yeah. And this is resh. This is resh right here, you know, which is the letter R. I'm gonna go back up there again. I'll show it to you in the chart in a minute. I know resh, which represents the head.
Okay.
Let's see. Put the letter R. We don't have to put that there. Let me see here. I want to go up here and show it to you real quick. Okay, this is the resh. And they say again here, head. Don't even pay no attention to this TP over here on the side. You can see the head here and how they evolved their head from that head. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, so when you get into those special aspects right there, I mean, it don't get no plainer than that. Yeah, so this is 20. And we got 2 more alphabets. And it's gonna be a grand drawing once we get into the assignment that we have for our Moorish kin. Now that we went word for word together, I was able to find the expression of the breast being demonstrated here. You can see the nurturing. Our Grand National Secretary of the State gave us a grand drawing on this one, you know, as well. Let me see. And this actually has to do with the particular letter W. It looked like it. No, it's not the W. It's the SH. Pardon self. I'm looking at the symbols. So that's the SH, which is sh. I want to show you something too. If you look right here at this Shem, that's what they call it, Shem. Shamayim. You know, some people like to call the creator. They say his real name is Shamayim. You know, I heard some Hebrews say that, right? Honest to them brothers. But let me show you something. I thought I had my page open right here. Let's just do this right here.
You know, I saw an expression that you had up there. You had that SS, but it had the S with the like a half of a triangle and part of a triangle on top of it.
Uh-huh.
So that expression was seshet and met or something like that.
Oh, talking about the shit. Yeah, the session check.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, when
Yeah,
you was,
talking about demotic language.
oh, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's the
I
session
I
in chat.
yeah. That's in, not, it wasn't commit, but that's in one of
So you
those.
talking about something else?
But it's all related to it was either, well, because you was talking about the Metu. I think it was a set in Met. I think that's what it was.
Here it is right here. I'm trying to pull it up now, that expression I had earlier. There it go, right there. I was talking about this earlier, and I wanted to show you the similarity. See this letter S right here, S and H? That
Right.
little fence look like symbol. That same fence look like symbol is really right here. But they
Wow.
put it in a box Hebrew shape. So that's in the names Ish and Isha. See it right here, Asha and Aish. See?
Yes, sir.
And you read, so you read from right to left. So this is the sh. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
And this is the A, and this is the Y.
Right.
Ish. That's how they say Ish and Isha in this language. Ash and Ha. You see? So the S and the H is still the same. So it retained its original characteristics, so to speak. And so this is, they say Sadayim. You know, in all actuality, it's really Shamayim is what I'm gonna put there, because we don't want to confuse it. But you know, you see they got that soft S next to the S and the H, so you got to look out for that when it comes to certain words. You know, and you can see the expression of the breast. And I always talk about the breast of one mother giving us that go back to our Grand National Secretary of the State. She gave a beautiful drawing off of that. That's a powerful demonstration, which represents nurturing, you know, to be nurtured. You know, this is where you receive all your nutrients at when you come into the manifest. And I didn't even bother to put the other cross letter here. I left it there in this expression. This is the letter the brother was trying to say, represented a particular letter. And he was going up against what I was saying in my measure. Matter of fact, here it is right here. I got it pulled up. Yeah, he tried to translate it, and he didn't know. He thought that this was Emmy. This was Emmy, you know, and he didn't know. No, this would be the interchangeable sound shift with the I, M-I, but that was not the letter, as I told the brother. I told him it was Y. He didn't want to accept it, and he had to find out the hard way. So what you see right here is that this, just like I told him, it's the letter Y. See the letter Y right here? Those who still familiar with it, see the Y over here?
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? Now, when you come down here, I got it pointing directly, you know, right here for a reason, because this is that Y right there.
Right.
He said that it was Emmy. It was a trilateral. Then he went back and I got the clipping. Oh man, I was wrong. And he had our tool, the one that we use.
Yeah.
Yeah, in order to justify it.
You probably spent all night on that.
Oh yeah, the brother said it took him 2 weeks to transliterate what he was doing. And I did this in 2 hours.
Right.
I transliterated this in 2 hours.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
There.
Going through the Unicode and all of that. And I still ain't transliterated. I started down here because I want to see the full translation of what's being said myself. Right. You know what I mean? But nevertheless, you know, I don't want to go too far off that topic. I want to finish these last letters. But this just goes to show how people misidentify things. And I only mention that because of this symbol here, which this actually we can see extends into the proto Canaanite demonstration from the hieratic. So a lot of these letters that are in the proto-Sinaitic, proto-Canaanite, some of them actually come directly from the hieratic. You see, along with an admixture of the symbols. Okay, watch this as I was getting ready to show you here. You know, because this is our last letter. Notice it right up here at the bottom. See it?
Yep. And
Now look over here. See? And that's the T, right? And they put a soft T and a hard TH there. So you know that's all good and well. And let me put the values in the actual statement on this demonstration right here so we can open up the panel to hear from our family. It's been a grand class, you know, and we had to do it all inclusive, because to do it all inclusive actually gives us the opportunity to build with the family while we building on the particular measure. You know, and that's why we open it up like this. Islam, brother, go ahead while I'm
yes,
putting
sir.
these
Yeah,
values.
I just want to comment on like that particular symbol there that you got on there. They also call that a bow with no string.
Which
You know,
one?
in one of those dictionaries, one that you say about the breast.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah, they call it a bow without a string on it.
A bow without a string.
You
That's
know,
what
like
I'm
a
saying.
boy,
That's what I'm, but see, that's what I'm saying though.
Okay.
Different people are putting this measure on what it is.
Right.
It's a bow without a string. This is what they say. And that's their expression, but most of the expressions will say, and as you see it right here, because this is what they saying they got it.
Yeah, I can see that as a,
you know, yeah, this is what they saying they got it from. Islam, I think I heard somebody else speaking. See it right here? That's where they saying it came from. See, and that is not a bow without a string.
Right. Definitely not.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I got you.
Yes, sir. And so that's where that come from. And I think I heard somebody else trying to get in there. Who was that trying to get in and give a statement? Oh, I might have thought I heard somebody. Okay. So let me go back here. We're going to put these last numbers and letters in here. And we just want to give honors to the Moors for your patience and your understanding in taking part in this special class, because the sacrifices that we're making right now, you know, really have to do with that of aiding and assisting, so to speak, the young and not yet born. You know, because if we dealing with the history of the ancient Canaanites and Moabites, then we should be familiar with the language, you know, of our ancestors as well. You know what I mean? So that's a grand draw, and just to be able to draw from this special measure, you know, very powerful unfoldment once we understand the language as it is, you know, where the letters come from, and then we can see the metaphysics behind it. We can see the allegory behind it. You know, we can see everything that was meant to be interpreted there. And then we have a clear conception to bring forth to the people. We can separate the truth from the falsehood and give our people exactly what was meant to be given to them. So it's just a powerful measure, more. And at this time, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and open up the floor to Act 1. Our Grand National Secretary of the State, Sister Shepsu Rakat Ma'at and Putu to come in Bay, so we can take this demonstration to third heaven. Islam, you there, goddess and queen?
Islam closes the thought. Again, my hand, my wrist, but it's all good. Having already written, giving praise and honor where due. I love this class. Much gratitude to you, Dr. Shaheed, and also to my Moorish kin online. This has been so clarifying, you know, and again, I can't say enough in reference to repetition, because every time we go over these, we get higher revelations, and it was such a beautiful flow. And, you know, Allah was just blessing us. I just say much gratitude to you, Dr. Shaheed. Definitely looking forward to the assignment. And also, you know, this just shows the adeptness of our ancestors and how everything connects. You know, one truth does not contradict another truth. So, it's just been a grand class. Gratitude, Dr. Shahi, for your patience and due diligence, and making these things plain so that, even a child can understand. So gratitude more for calling me forth. Much peace and love to all of my Moorish kin. Islam.
Gratitude. Islamism Grand National Secretary of the State. We give honors, to the Prophet, the Book of Fire, and everything it is that we have as well from our Grand National Chairman, because a lot of the inspiration is right there in the text, but now we putting it out here, and showing, these special things. Like, how can one get around it? So this is just powerful in and of itself. It's a grand thing to be able to have your own, and be here, in your own nation, so to speak. So Islamism without the schism. Praise be to Allah. So, all right. Let me see. At this time, let us call forth. Is Sister all set online? Okay, well, all right. Well, let us call forth then our National Grand Sheikh, Dr. Serapis Amin Rael. Islam, you there, Sheikh?
Closer to thought, ain't you?
Oh, man, we know you right there at the head, literally.
You building this demonstration without the pillars. The pillars is being sustained from the everlasting other past. Let me give a lot of praise for everything that's unfolding in the prophet and his industrious ways for giving us this demonstration where we could have it as a nation. Signs and symbols is for the conscious mind. And if you're not conscious of what you're looking at, then you're going to fall by the wayside. I say that in earnest because I'm still grappling with the first initial aspect of the understanding. And truly, this demonstration is vast, and we don't traveling over many signs, but we see how they correlate with each other, how they mingle in with each other. Just that we don't have the capacity, or should I say the room, to document these things and put them on a dial plate where we could go back every now and then when we got a break in the our measures and our duties to study this demonstration. But it's worthy of one's attention. I can't emphasize that enough. It is worthy of one's attention. It's worthy of our attention. This is ours and it's stolen. And I'm so glad that Allah has given one unto us, one of our brothers, whom we love very dearly, to bring this demonstration up out of the graveyard and the tombs of other nations and restore it back where it belongs, in our Father's house. Praise Allah, praise Allah. Keep up the good work, Angel. Islam.
Islamism. Yes, sir. Sheikh, a lot of this actually debunks the lie when the European began to say that our people, were brutes and barbarians and couldn't comprehend nothing. But we can see them speaking scientifically of things right here, just in the alphabet itself. That's a powerful demonstration. And yes, sir, brother, this is definitely worthy. Like I say, we call you for one is demonstrating, that demonstration of the Godhead. Brother Serapis, Sir Apis, as they say, brother Happy. Islam, Sheikh, we give honors to you, grand man, for all that you do and all that you will do and continue to do. Islam. All right. Let us call forth then our brother, Dr. Torre Anu Rasul Simpson Bey. Islam, you there, brother? Well, all right. Well, we know the brothers about the business of our Father God Allah. Okay. Well, we're gonna open up the floor then to our Moorish king and see what they have to bring forth. Brother Tara and Pooh, you know, Anu Bati Bey, and our brother Jerry Hamid Muhammad Bey, you know, Swift Angel, you know, and brother Love Divine, Golden Asher Smith Bey. You know, is there anything that you brothers have to say in relation to what has been set out? Well, okay. All right. All is well. Well, what I will do, you know, being that we getting ready to close out, I want to give our family a drawing, and we're going to actually put this out here as well, because we're trying to compile, because I got a lot of information out here that's also relevant to the same thing that we've been talking about. I'm going to show you some things I came across, because I'm getting ready to put all these things in PDF. And this is coming from, hold on, Morris, give me 1 second here. Let me take this call. So pardon self, family. So let me share my screen real quick here. This is a very powerful measure here. We want our family to get a drawing off of this. And this source right here is coming from the Language and History of Thought. And this is the hieroglyphs in the 17th century. Now remember, what they call hieroglyphics, you know, and we find out, just like the brother, you know, Walter Williams said, you know, they're undecipherable when it comes to dealing with alphabet. But we understand metaphysically, you know, you ain't got to deal with decipherment. You're looking at what you observe, and then you basically give an exegesis based upon it. But before the 19th century, when so-called Champollion supposed to came in there and so-called deciphered, it was always understood these things were metaphysical. I sent out, you know, the teaching of Apollo, the PDF dealing with that, to our Moorish kin. They have it in their archives. Champollion was drawing from Apollo's teachings. So was Ewalish Budge. Then everybody just cast Apollo's teachings out of the way. His teaching was straight metaphysical when it came to the symbols. You'll find a lot of his teachings in Mustafa Gadala's books. So everything prior to, you know, the 19th century, it was always taught this. It says, for Ward and Wilkins, the words of a natural language cannot merely reflect or mirror ideas or things, they must define them, right? This is an opinion of some European, right? Then it says, consequently, they argue that Webster's discussion of the Egyptian symbols is not appropriate in the context of a debate about the teaching of grammar for hieroglyphics, because they didn't recognize them in the form of dealing with words, you know, as far as alphabets are concerned. So it says they were invented for concealment of things rather than for the explication of our minds and notions. And so they are under the impression at this time that these things, you know, conceal the greater meaning, so to speak. So they said, in order to understand their criticism of hieroglyphs, it is not enough to take the assertion that the Egyptian symbols were invented for concealment. So I would say this is the reason why they're saying this is because the Medu, as what they call it in the symbol form, was taught from father to son. was taught within the family. It was never taught to the common people, meaning the father or the king that was ruling. The king taught his prince and they passed it on, but they never taught, these things outside the family because they were more of a metaphysical, spiritual, essence, so to speak. So it says, as though they merely meant that the hieroglyphs are esoteric figures. So he's changing the statement of these Europeans saying they were invented for concealment. He's saying that they were meant, that the hieroglyphs were esoteric figures. And they contrast concealment with explication. It says, whose opposite Renaissance in 17th century thought about visual imagery is implication. So this is basically saying you read the book of creation, you read symbols, you can see these things around you. And our ancestors was able to see this and then they stamped it in stone, so to speak. That is the hieroglyphs concealed by implicating or folding up meaning into a concentrated symbolic image. It says that, as Plotinus would say, signifies all at once. And that's what we demonstrate when we were just showing the metaphysics here and all of these symbols that were used. And this ain't even all of them. These are just the ones that were adopted by the Canaanites to make up their alphabet. Though kemetically, you have to listen to the voice of God that speak within to have these type of interpretation. Now, if you're looking at it the way E. Wallace Budge and materialists look at it, you're going to place it in the realm of just being a letter and miss all this grand teaching that we just brought on the manifest. So, I got a whole bunch of these different things. I'm going to put them together like a bunch of slides that's talking about this, and telling you that the same thing. They all saying the same thing, about these glyphs. They were never meant to be. I even have it in here where they use the term hieroglyphic before they even deciphered. And the word hieroglyphic, prior to that time of decipherment, always had to do with something that couldn't be deciphered. You see? So if you look at hieroglyph in its original state, you're talking about something that can't be deciphered. And that's what the brother Walter Williams, was saying. So I got a lot of stuff in here. And like I said, I'm trying to put the PDF together, and let me see here. I'm trying to put the PDF together so that our family can get the grand drawing out of this here and see exactly what's being said. And they were talking about that here, that, the definition of the word deciphered in the 18th century and calling some hieroglyphic could have implied that it was in need of deciphering. So just by the nature of them calling it hieroglyphic, and they saying that this referred to something that was in need to deciphering, this is before they applied this to Egyptian hieroglyphics now. That's why Walter Williams told that brother, he said, you can't decipher something that can't be deciphered. So I just wanted to add that on to this measure. You can only speak on it metaphysically and give an esoteric example, that complements the spiritual values, and this takes this measure into a greater example, than just looking at it as one letter. So the true writings are dealing with what we call the hieratic. And the hieratic too, I also have a measure that confirms that the hieratic was never meant to be understood. I want to read that to our Moorish kin as well before we close out. This is where we close out. This is a small portion. Where is it? I ain't even going to this. These are the words of India that the people of India say derives, actually from their language. And they use all the determinatives here. I'm going to touch on that because it's really in line with everything we demonstrate. They put their pictures on the side of each determinative. If you look at it, you see? So I'll give you one prime example out of here. Since I mentioned this here, point it out to you. There you go, right there. This is their claim in India. Where is that? I just had it. Dealing with the, come on now. There we go, right there. Know how I always tell you the term nature, which is dealing with flag. They went into their teaching. They say the flag is a patriotic symbol of a country or community's sovereignty, leader, or God. The phonetic of hieroglyph R8 in nature means cloth on a pole. It says the Sanskrit word is netri. See, they go them Cushites, taking it. See, everybody got their stuff from Kemet, which means one who leads, or guide, a leader, conductor, manager, guide, director, preceptor, chief, master, head, an inflictor as a punishment, an owner, a hero. This is Sanskrit, and these are all dealing with Sanskrit, breaking down this stuff that I'm showing you. It's Sanskrit that's actually breaking down Egyptian words. So man, family, it's something else, you know, but we got it. You know, when it comes to dealing with these teachings and the way we giving it to our people, you know, ain't nobody else out here teaching it like we teaching it more. You know, there's nobody out here teaching this like us, you know, and bringing clarity to the people. So I just want to say that right there, and I'm gonna stop, and we'll get our homework assignment out to our family. And a lot of that is going to see how well our family can use these letters to decipher. You know, you can put your metaphysics in there with it as well, but letter by letter, you know, we will give you a drawing, and we want you to go into the periodical table and use the atomic mass, you know, for each letter and see what you come up with, you know, because the atomic mass deal with different combinations and where everything is made, you know, according to the elements, scientifically at least. We want to see what you can come up with that relates to, you know, the things that are around us, you know, based upon that. And I give it to you in detail in our lesson when I send it out. So I just wanted to put that out there, Morris Ken, and say gratitude for your listening ear and your patience. You know, these lessons, we can't just, you know, it's so much, it's so vast and so much more to be said. It take a little time, but I'm pretty sure when we go through it, you know, you don't even recognize that when you're into the lesson and realize how long we've been building, you know, unless you feel like you got somewhere to be. But Islam, Moors, we love you. You know, nowhere greater to be than Moorish America. So we're going to call for our Moorish kin, and we can close this drawing out. And mashallah, if Simpson Bay is there, brother, send us the recording so we can get the homework out to the people. So Islam, Moors, Islam, gratitude. Brother Bati Bay. Let me see, is he still there? All right. Well, we'll just let our sheik take us out. Islam sheik, you close us out.
Islam, without question, not a contradiction. Once again, we rise and give a lot of praise, adoration, thanksgiving, and glory to our holy prophet. We truly appreciate him and love him for sending us our story. Praise the Lord. Noble Jew Ali came that we all might be free. Islam, January 15, 1929, a warning from the prophet to be read in all meetings. I hereby inform all citizens must send all radical, agitated speeches while at work in their homes or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Faith to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. We offer love to peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice then will take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down in them by the prophet. If they lose confidence in the prophet, they should turn in their card and button, just one in terms of affairs, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet with the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by order of the prophet. Noble Jew Ali. Islam, Islam, Islam. January 15, 1929, Islam. Party. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nation. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care and the breast of one mother, hath given you suck, that the bonds of affection, therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in our father's house. And when you separated the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood, that thy brothers in adversity assist him, if our sisters in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of our Father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This means the Christian cause according to Act 2, the right of man, Constitution, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. See your Sunday school. Peace, love, and law to you all in your love to each other. Islam.
Great class, Dr. Shaheed. Gratitude, Morris Ken.
Islam.
Praise Allah.
Grand class.
Islam, more.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Hello. Hello, Mark.
Islam.